vehicles on the planet. The fuel is nitromethane. The engine is a 500 cubic inch V8, and the car is actually just been towed around the corner now. They are incredible machines. 0 to 60 we cannot measure. There isn't anything that can basically work it out. 0 to 100 miles an hour in the vehicle's own length. Yep, it will do 0 to 100 in about 0.8 of a second. It will reach half track, doing approximately 250 miles an hour plus on a full bore run. Now you can see some orange markers. That is at the 1,000-foot mark. That is where Top Fuel runs to. The cars are capable of going over 320 miles an hour at that point on the racetrack, and they can get there in 3.8 seconds. They are insanely powerful, and insane power means insane noise. If you've got youngsters with you, please protect their ears, or make sure they put their fingers in their ears, because if it's the first time you've experienced a Top Fueler, and let's have a show of hands. Who's been here for it's the first time? Let's see who's here for the first time today. There's a few of you, so you won't have seen anything like this before. Oh, you are in for a treat. As I say, this is a licensing pass. It will only do a burnout, it will reverse back, and then it will do a launch. And that is as far as the car will go. Well, I mean, it will continue to go up the track, but it will not be under full power.
Yeah, we'll do.
So the team are just getting ready to start the car up. Just making sure that everybody... You can see one of the crewmen walking out on the track there. There he is, just giving us a wave. That is basically where the car will roughly stop once the burnout has been completed. Then they will then guide the car backwards. Obviously the car cannot see, well, the driver cannot see when they're going backwards, so they need to be guided. So the remote start is connected. There's a big power pack in the back of the pickup truck there. Turning the engine over, making sure everything is set. Then they've got like a neat fuel bottle on the top there, which starts the car off on methanol. And then you'll hear a distinctive engine note change, and it'll switch over to nitromethane. So here we go then. The starting procedure of a Top Fuel dragster. The engine is running. There you hear the engine note change. It has now switched over to nitromethane. So, hold on tight, folks. Top Fuel for the first time for a lot of people then this weekend. Ida Zetterstrom driving the Runefield Motorsports Top Fuel dragster. So here she comes up, mate. Nice, short, crisp burnout. Doesn't need to rotate the planet on the burnout. But you can feel the anticipation with the team. Ida behind the wheel there. Probably nervous, but excited at the same time. It's got to be a nerve-wracking experience the first time you get behind the wheel of a Top Fuel dragster. I know I wouldn't do it. I'd like to think I would, but you would not get me behind the wheel of one of these things. But it takes a certain type of individual. Block your ears, folks. This is going to get insanely loud when she launches the Top Fueler. Oh, absolutely textbook that was. Exactly what she had to do. The burnout and the launch. Very happy team indeed. No issues for the car whatsoever. Look at that. 8.67 at 81 miles an hour. She's on the throttle for about a second. And just goes to show how hard she actually launched the car. Her 60-foot time was 0.86 of a second. That is outstanding for your first 60-foot. launch. Excellent job, excellent job. So well done indeed. 8.67 for the 1,000 foot. Well done, gang. The team go to the top end to collect Ida. The plan is for her to get at least, hopefully, a couple more runs in today. But excellent job. I think that is the first part of the licensing procedure done. But very, very good job indeed. I hope you enjoyed that, folks. Can you imagine that, going down the whole racetrack at full chat, over 300 miles an hour at the finishing line? So you never know, you might even see that at some stage this weekend. So we are now into Run What You Brung. You're going to see all sorts of vehicles coming down the track today. You'll see race cars that are entered over the weekend. Obviously, you're going to see a lot of VWs out there. You'll see campers. You'll see all sorts of things. So I hope you enjoy this, folks. It'll be running until 7 o'clock tonight. So much going on site. We'll go through some of that as well in a moment. But at the moment, a couple of our race cars that are running this weekend in Sportsman ET. Two very, very good friends of mine. Tom Atkinson with the Nova Wagon and Andy Dibley with the Camaro. So they're going to be the first two to take to the track, running in Sportsman ET. Right, but whilst we're just waiting for them to go, you have a daytime gig guide in the programme, page 20. Really need to check some of this out. 1 till 1:30, you've got Gareth Jones, Plastic Fantastic. 2 to 2:30, you've got Matt Barnard. 3 to 3:30, Gareth Jones Escape Show. Wow. And 4 to 4:30, Matt Barnard once again. So go and check that one out. So basically that is running from 1 o'clock until 4:30. That's the daytime gig guide. Going to be pretty good. So our first pair of cars now started up. Andy Dibley in the red Camaro. He is in the Autoglim lane, the right lane as we look at the racetrack from here. And then you got Tom. He is in the Kestrel Beer lane, which is the left lane. So many thanks indeed to Autoglim and to Kestrel Beer for sponsoring our lanes here at Santa Pod Raceway. And obviously you're going to get a lot of coverage from that because we keep mentioning it. Also, just having a quick, always give a shout out to our photographers. Very good morning, well, almost afternoon actually, to our photographers out there. They're capturing all the images. Mr. Wilshire, good afternoon, sir. Good to see you. And, Ian Blackett is he's the only one that's in the Autoglim at the moment. He's taking photographs of absolutely everything, and he runs around when he gets a moment, drops the memory card off to Paula. And the Blackett Photography Studio is just next to the pairing lanes, and you can pop in there and they've got a special deal. Well, they've always got some cracking deals over there, but pop round and see Paula. You need to roughly know what time of day you ran, and it does make life a little bit easier to try and locate your photographs, and that is basically every single thing that goes up the track. And also, if you do pop round there, I think Ian was saying earlier on that he's got all the photographs from Dragstalgia as well. So if you ran at that event, you can still get pictures from that one. And ask for a racer's special deal. There we go. But yeah, it's a good package. You can get prints, digital download, all sorts of things there. Just pop round and see Paula. She'll explain all your options to you. But Blackett Photography literally capture absolutely everything. Look, Julian's got help this weekend. There's so much going on that we had to get a second photographer. So well done to Julian. So we're just waiting, I think, for the top end to clear, which is now done. So we get into our proper Run What You Brung then. Not that bringing a top fuel dragster to Run What You Brung isn't. That's awesome. We like that. So that's going to help set their dial-ins for qualifying tomorrow afternoon. This is what racing is about. This is bracket racing. So basically these two cars, on the back window has written Sportsman Tree please. Yes, even the starting tree has differences between a Pro and a Sportsman Tree. But you'll just see the lights come down one at a time here. And the numbers that you see on the scoreboards now, those are their reaction times. And you can see Tom was slightly quicker away than Andy. Now Tom will be in the 11s, I would imagine. 11.16 at 121. That was a very, very nice run indeed, actually. 13.28 at 103 there for Andy. Now, bearing in mind, Tom did have a problem with the car a couple of weeks ago. Had a problem with the back axle. The casing didn't survive the weekend, but he's had that fixed and he's back. Right, Holly Walters and Dan Holloway. Dan Holloway's got my favourite vehicle name ever. It's called Truck Norris. Little Chevy pickup. These two are both right. Now look at those reaction times. 0.46 and 0.41. That is the way to go drag racing. Cut a light. It does help you get a good march on your opponent. So 15.66 and 16.18, the two runs there. So they'll work on that, and then when they come round to qualify tomorrow, they will put numbers up similar to what they've been running today. So it just gives them a bit more information. Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. He's in the Kestrel beer lane. And Debbie Taylor, another one running in Sportsman ET. She is in the Autoglim lane. Don't forget, it's not too late to sign on for today. 20 quid. Bring your driving licence down to the signing on office. I know a lot of people have already signed on, so I'd imagine the pairing lanes are going to be quite busy. But it is unlimited runs. And apart from a few special slots that we've got allocated to vehicles during the afternoon, it's Run With Your Brung up to 7 o'clock tonight. And look at that for a reaction time for Gary. 007. Excellent job. So he goes 14.06, Debbie goes 13.58. Good to see Debbie back in a normal car, actually. She did run a backup car a few meetings ago. Obviously, her main race car had a problem. Right, in the pairing lanes, you've got Andy Hadfield with Twister. And one of the Supercharged Outlaws that have only got 9 cars from Supercharged Outlaws this weekend that are going to be racing. Put on a phenomenal show. And Andy Hadfield, this car will run in the 7-second zone, almost at 180 miles an hour. Georgina Smith actually just going up the track. She snuck underneath the tower while I wasn't looking. So Georgina going to be a high 15, low 16. Not quite sure where she's going to be. 16.14. There we go. Right, the Fadster with Twister. V8 supercharged, of course. Now, unbelievably, this car, if he changes the tyres and does a couple of other things, it's street legal. So trying out a new combination these days is our Fadster. He's got some good help now with Tony on the crew. Young Thomas is down there as well. So this is the Twister team. Full of showmanship. In actual fact, Andy was awarded the Spirit of Dragstalgia a couple of weeks ago. His relentless efforts to keep this car going and putting on a show. And he was a very proud man to receive that indeed. So Twister's first run of the weekend. Doesn't always run in a totally straight line, but it's a short wheelbase car. But the wheelie bars will come into effect here. And if Andy can hook and go, expect to see something in the 7-second zone, 7.5 to 8. So let's see how he gets on then. The Fadster, Andy Hadfield with Twister. Whoa, just blazed the tyres off the line there. Absolutely nuts, that bloke. Well, he tried everything he could, but the tyres were not having it, and just coast through with a 10.76, 84 miles an hour. But yeah, lots of wheel spin off the line. Bit of a right turn as well, but hey, that's what it's all about. Run With Your Brung, good chance to do some testing. Well, that is very, very tidy. Straight out of 1990, I think. That is immaculate. Little polo down there. Body shape we don't see very often at all. Always used to be the like the estate version, but nice to see a classic down there. Going alongside the Beetle here, obviously two cars I haven't seen run before, so don't know anything about the drivers. But just to have some track time and get a timing slip, you know, for 20 quid and unlimited runs, absolutely brilliant. So 1541 at 90 miles an hour, that is exceptionally good actually. If you can get a car like that to run in the 15s, doing a very, very good job indeed. Beetle goes through there at 22. Right. Who remembers the Jetta GLs from the 1980s? Had an enormous boot on these things. I remember being a passenger in the boot of one of these quite a few times actually. Crazy things we used to do in our teenage years. Fairly side by side, these two. What's the smoke? Billowing 1598 and a 1521. .1269 at 121 miles an hour. Plays a 1763 at 77. Right, two more of our races enter this weekend. A VW Pro entry, which means it ain't going to hang about. A Lupo on steroids, basically. Look at this thing go. Hey! Just weaving around the lane, the front tyre scrabbling for grip there. 109 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Look at that, 133 at the stripe. 10.46 seconds. Outstanding performance. 1471 at 97. That's not hanging about, to be fair. But that Lupo, wow. So two more cars out for Run With Your Brung. These cars not entered into competition this weekend, but just taking advantage of spending 20 quid to get some track time for the day. And what a great way to enjoy your bug jam here at Santa Pod Raceway. 8th mile in the Autoglim lane, got there in 8.92 seconds, 88 miles an hour. And at the stripe, 1342 and 110. And 13 seconds in the Golf, very, very respectable indeed. 1503 at 97 in the Kestrel beer lane. Oh, to give you an indication, quite a few years ago, I had an Audi turbo diesel. Yeah, pretty sort of standard car. No modifications. Thought it was quick, and it went 16s. So if you can get a Golf to go 13.4 and 15.0, you can see that, yeah, they're moving quite nicely indeed. So looking in the lanes, VW Sportsman cars all over the place. Obviously cars that have had a little bit of work done to them. The Golf underneath us here. Happy birthday, Shanice, on the back window there for me to read out. No problem at all. Consider that one done. Now this car again is not going to hang about at all. You just hear the front wheels doing the burnout there, so this will be fairly quick in the Autoglim lane. Oh no, it's going to be pushed back. Slight issue. Right, we'll just wait to see what's actually happening there. Yeah, so reverse lights come on and the car's being pulled back. So going to be a solo for the Audi. See where this one actually goes then. So it's an RS6. Now, they don't hang about. They're pretty rapid. He's just waiting there patiently, but the batteries have gone in the chief starter's radio, and that's the reason for the delay at the moment. So that's at 1 o'clock. The main stage, don't forget the main stage, that starts at 1 o'clock. Cool Flow have got another show at 3 o'clock. Bound and Gagged comedy in the dance tent, 4 till 5:30. Dance tent, don't forget there's things going on pretty much all the time up there. And that dance tent doesn't close until 1 o'clock this morning. The main stage closes at 11 o'clock tonight. Fuelers Bar closes at 1 o'clock this morning. So yeah, going to be kept very, very busy indeed. You've got afternoon entertainment. It's not all. You've got entertainment as well. So wherever you are on site, you're not far away from entertainment, that is for sure. Don't forget you've got Gareth Jones, Plastic Fantastic at 1 o'clock. Then you've got Matt Barnard at 2 for half an hour. 3 o'clock, Gareth Jones Escape Show. And then Matt Barnard at 4 o'clock. So quite good entertainment over there. Right, little Polo GTI. I've always liked these cars. It's one of these cars you wouldn't mind having in your armoury somewhere along the line. And how about a Mark I Golf? As near a stock body as you can get, but enormously flared wheel arches at the front. You can see a caged interior, the back wheel held up by the skinniest wheels he could find. The idea being, get this car down the track from A to B as quickly as possible. Looking good. 8th mile, 7.31 at 99, goes through at 11.22 at 123. But I think there's a bit more to come from that one. Right, rattle and hum of a pair of junior dragsters. Only got 2 of them here this weekend, but they're going to be putting on a little bit of a show for us. Junior dragster, basically for the youngsters, aged 8 up to 18. Now they start off at age 8 in what's called a junior stock car. For 3 years they run in that category. Basically it's a 5 horsepower Briggs & Stratton lawnmower engine. And then when they are aged 11 they can go up to a junior modified. And they can go as quick as 8.9 seconds for the 8th mile, by the way, not the quarter mile, the 8th mile. And then you get these 2 ladies here and they can go to 7.90, but that, again, that is for the 8th mile. But they always run to reaction times when they do their qualifying, so they always look at the scoreboards to see what reaction time they get. Now bearing in mind they only run to the 8th, they can see the scoreboards and they'll be able to see what times they actually run. These 2 cars can run into the 7.9 bracket, but won't be surprised to see them run 8.0s or something like that. So it's Caitlin Wilson, she is in the Auto Gleam lane, and Jacqueline Bartlett, she is in the Kestrel beer lane. And Jacqueline got the reaction time advantage on that particular pairing. Let's have a look at the numbers. Look at that, very nice indeed. 7.98 plays an 8.41. So nice first pairing for those 2. Jacqueline straight into the 7.9s. Can't go quicker than 7.90 seconds. If you do, you get told off by the headmaster. And you can actually be disqualified from a race meeting if you go under your index, or if you go way under you can be disqualified. If you go just a fraction under, it's normally a telling off. So the idea is don't go under your numbers. Right, the Hulkster. Nathan, this little Mazda, he does a lot of social media with this car. Really has thrown himself into the drag racing scene. Really, really good indeed. Sorry, Steve Mellors. So Steve Mellors, he is in the Auto Glim lane. Come on, Steve, what you got for us? 16.14. That's the Hulk MX-5. Now he'll be running in Sportsman ET. So we've got a couple more of our race cars. So that's Michael Mooney with the Flatlerat, the Volkswagen Beetle. He is in the Kestrel beer lane, going alongside young Jack Gooding with his Sirocco. He's running in VW Sportsman this weekend. 13.14 at 107, and Jack gets a 16.52. Well, we just saw Caitlin Wilson in the Junior Dragster. This is a big sister. This is Morgan Wilson in the Family Beetle. Going alongside the Rolling P. Yep, that's Ethan Lyle. He runs a Plymouth Roadrunner when he wants to go real fast, but that car a little bit poorly at the moment. So Nathan out in the Rolling P. Normally runs around about 20 seconds. Has dipped into the 19s. Oh, got a leak underneath it. Oh. Our track crew have spotted something there. Darren can't really have any fluid dropping out of a car at all. Yeah, it's still dripping. It could be something just overfilled. Don't very often get a problem with those types of cars. So, Morgan Wilson has the track to herself. A little bit of tramping as she left the line. Morgan, a very, very experienced racer indeed. Been drag racing pretty much all her life. Her parents met at Bug Jam previously. There we go. It's a nice little run there. 17.92 at 72 miles an hour. And she is running in VW Sportsman this weekend. It's a dialing class, and when we get to qualifying on Saturday afternoon, you'll see how we can run a 13-second car against a 17-second car and make it equal. Now, another one of the classes running this weekend that I haven't had a mention yet, but they're certainly here in force, is Outlaw Flat 4. These cars are bonkers. Predominantly Beetles. There are other cars that can be used, but it's predominantly Beetles, and they do not hang about at all. And you've got the Miss White Beetle down there at the moment, appearing into the Kestrel beer lane. That's Johnny Marriage, actually. 2.1 litre Outlaw Flat 4 powered car. Oh, and that just jumped straight out of gear as he went for the launch there. No such issues for Paul Robinson with the Sirocco. Oh, I just realised he comes from Toaster. Obviously round the corner from me then. 14.52 at 96 miles an hour. Well, not actually sure what happened to Johnny there, but when he went for the launch, it did sound like it jumped out of gear. I hope he's got no gearbox issues there. Laurie Anslow with Lady Baja 2. Good to see Jason down there as well. How you doing, Jace? You alright, mate? Good stuff. Laurie's been running a variety of cars recently, but great to see her back behind the wheel of the Beetle. The car looking good, actually. I really like it. Now, again, running in VW Sportsman, around about 15 to 15 and a half on the ET. Rob Judge has come down to have a look. I think he's had a hand in getting this car back to track. So, Rory Anslow, Lady Baja 2. Fingers crossed, and it's a good run. Good A to B is what she needs. Blow the cobwebs out. Nothing wrong with the launch there. Car squatted and went. Going through the gears nicely, approaching the stripe. 14.76, get in there. Well, quicker than I thought she was going to run. Quicker than Jason thought it was going to run. At 90 miles an hour at the stripe, 14.76, that'll do nicely, well done. Right, back with the Outlaw Flat 4s, Darren Shepherd with the Social Outcast Beetle. This one doesn't hang about at all. Just watch the car squat and launch, move around as well. Oh, again, looks like gearbox. Box full of neutrals initially. Now he's got it hooked up and going. 81 mile an hour at the 8th. Lost a bit of time, obviously, at the start line. and goes through at the top end there with a 14.65. He's got at least 2 or 3 seconds in his pocket there. Well, I'm not quite sure. With Johnny's car just been pushed around the back there, and unfortunately they do have it up on the dollies, so maybe he has got a transmission issue. Fingers crossed it's not too bad. Keith Freeman with El Loco, the supercharged 1930s Ford. Proper burnout, got a new set of boots on there. Nicely done. So Keith, everything goes well for him. This will be in the 9-second zone. This car is street legal when he changes the tyres and takes the wheelie bars off. Has been known to terrorise the neighbourhood in his local vicinity. But yeah, gone for a slightly smaller tyre than what he used to run. To get the gear ratio a bit more favourable. But yeah, El Loco, the 1932 Ford. Part of the Supercharged Outlaws, you know, saw Andy Fadster with Twister a little bit earlier on. This runs in the same class. 9 cars entered. Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. 100 miles an hour at the 8th, and 10.55 at 133, and I'll tell you what, he's got a lot more to come out of that. Car bogged slightly off the line, so he'll be in the 9s probably this afternoon. So well done there to Keith and the gang, well done. A few more Run What You Brung cars appearing in the lanes now, so obviously I don't know who all of these people are. Obviously a lot of our races getting some track time in as well. Good to see that so many people are taking advantage of the Friday running here at Bug Jam, the 34th edition. 13.19, 13.15. There's a good example of a whole shot there actually. The slower car got to the top end first. That was purely on reaction times. David Wheatley from Armagh with the double cross Beetle. His first run of the weekend. Going alongside Poppy, that is the Seat Leon Cupra of Lee Caudry. Outlaw Flat 4 against a VW Pro entry. Rear wheel drive against front wheel drive. The Beetle moving around the lane there, but David got full control of that. And 11.01, look at the speed though, 136 miles an hour. 15.02 at 82 miles an hour there for Lee. Oh, Jetta straight out of the, what is it, A registration, 1980s proper. And Gary Lake with the Arabian Night, he's back round for his second run of the day. He went 14.06 on his first run, so hopefully he can find just that little bit more, get it into the 13s, but he's looking for consistency. He's not looking to break records, he just wants consistency. He's good on the lights, look at that, 0.6. That's a guy who's got a bit of experience doing drag racing. In actual fact, Gary came from what we call the Darling Day, one of the events that Santapod do for first timers. There we go, 14.21, not as quick as his 14.06 from earlier. Right, another one of our VW Sportsman cars is Gareth Bates with the Beetle, and he has actually just put his PB on the back window, which is really good for me to be able to know that. 15.68. So if he goes quicker than that, happy days. Going alongside Georgina Smith in the Supra. She's running in Sportsman ET this weekend. So going up the track then, fairly side by side. Georgina can run in the 15s, although high 15s. I think Georgina's getting there first. 16.01 to a 16.17. Right, another thing that you can do actually, Run What You Brung, is do passenger rides, and that's exactly what's happening in the VW Golf below us here in the Auto Glim Lane. Obviously the passenger needs to sign on, and if the car is going over 110 miles an hour, still needs to wear a crash helmet for the passenger as well as the driver. And a passenger ride, you can't go over 130 miles an hour at the stripe. So you've got a passenger in the Polo. You've got Debbie Taylor with her Mustang in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Now, as we know, Debbie will be running in Sportsman ET this weekend. She went 13:58 earlier on, and wonder if she can get a little bit of improvement out of that. She's off the line well. And the Polo, oh, that's right, Debbie is not moving as fast as she can, and she's starting to pull over to the left hand side. I hope she hasn't got transmission woes. Has had a few problems with the car recently, but oh, fingers crossed it's not wounded. So 20.92 at 59 plays 22.79 at 44. But fingers crossed for Debbie that it's all okay. Right, looking in the lanes, we've got first one of our VW vans down there actually. Beetles come round for another run. Polo Classics, beach buggies, you name it. There's all sorts of things down there. And of course, it's Run What You Brung. You never know what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of our race teams, and obviously you're going to get a lot of varied machinery. The only ruling being it's entered into racing this weekend, which starts qualifying at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, or that it is of VW heritage, i.e. VW, Seat, Porsche, Audi, anything that is VW brand only this weekend for Run What You Brung. So, timetable then, coming up to 20 to 1 in the afternoon here. Don't forget, the main stage opens at 1 o'clock. Coolflow BMX have got another show at 1 o'clock. And that's right, everything is basically open. Little Buggers is open. Fuelers Bar has been open for a while. Bugwham, oh, don't forget Bugwham and the beach, everything. So much going on site. It's a real good chance to get your bearings today. Find out what's on where. Pick where you want to be, plan your weekend if you can, and if you can remember it all, then very well done indeed. So don't forget, in Little Buggers you've got the balloon science show, pop star party. Oh dear, what have we got then? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, Balloonatic Balloon Science Show. The next show for that is at 1:15, so not far away actually. And then another one at 2:30 this afternoon. Bugwham, that opened up at 11 o'clock, and then there's various things going on over there. Again, it's all the information is outside there of each venue and also in the programme as well. Bugjam Beach is just an area to chill out and enjoy yourselves. Run What You Brung is continuing whilst we just check on everything that's going on site. Don't forget, in the big party tent at the top there, you cannot miss it. It is enormous. You've got shows starting at 1 o'clock up there with Gareth Jones and Matt Barnard sharing the billing up there. You've got the Plastic Fantastic show, then Matt Barnard has a show, then Gareth has a second show, then Matt has a show. Right, two very rapid vehicles indeed. If that Golf hooks and flies, hold on tight. They're in testing mode at the moment. They're just checking a few things out, and they'll uncork it properly later on and hopefully get some very, very stout runs indeed. Gee, 12.28, that's not hanging about at all. 128 miles an hour. That was Mark Taylor with the Blue Leon racing car. Very good. Oh, this little Polo background again. I like that. Very, very tidy looking car. Very straight. And full credit to the owner actually. You'll probably find this in the show and shine over the weekend as well. Getting some track time today though. But yeah, that's another big part of Bugjam actually. The show and shine and the rust and rat. It's just so cool to see so many cars entering those shows. It really is. And it's so difficult for the judges to actually try and pick winners in both of those categories. But really do look forward to having a look. So Show and Shine is on Saturday, Rust and Rat is on Sunday. Now on Saturday you have prizes awarded for Best of Show, Best Off-Road, Best Water-Cooled, Best Splitty, Best Custom, Best Original, Best Late Bus or Van, Best T25, Best Beetle, Best Interior, Best Other Air-Cooled, Best Bay Window, Judge's Choice and Best Paint. So there are actually 14 awards up for grabs in the Auto Glim Show and Shine tomorrow. So that's in front of the main stage. People park up from 8 o'clock in the morning. And then Rust and Rat on Sunday, again in front of the main stage, again from 8 o'clock in the morning. Got Best of Show, Best Water-Cooled, Best Beetle, Best Interior, Best Other Air-Cooled, Best Van, Best Off-Road and Judge's Choice. I don't know, if it's Rust and Rat, I don't know if it should be worst, not best. But anyway, it's still very good honour to win those. Right, Adam Lowe with the Beetle goes through with a 1344 at 115.36 miles an hour. Good to see Outlaw Flat 4 actually. I haven't seen them for quite a while. He normally drives a Golf, but he's in an Audi. But I was chatting to Luke Stevenson not too long ago about this. Audi TTs have become affordable because they're getting quite old now. And you know, you can take a 20-year-old Audi TT, turn it into a half-decent race car and go, what, 15.5 seconds at 90 mile an hour? Nice job. Well, trying to get grip from a VW Beetle is a bit of an art form. You'll always find the car will squat. The more power that you put through, the deeper the squat is when it leaves the line. But hey, he's recovered that well. 14.19 at 99 miles an hour. Now, the later model Golf GTIs, very, very rapid indeed. And you get these remapped. And they become proper weapons. Really do. Very, very quick cars indeed. I think they'll basically run 13s out of the box, you know, the much newer ones. And you can get them to go seriously quick. Seriously quick indeed. $13.71 at 106. $17.84 at 77. Right, another one of our VW Pro entries. I think got a little flat 4 next to it, but I think it's just the VW Pro. Now, don't forget, these are the first runs for a lot of these cars for quite a while. So, unfortunately, Nigel Hull just been pushed back. So it's going to be down to Ian Dale with the strip burner Beetle to put in a run. Goes through with a 12.61 at 112. Nice little opener there for him. Right, so going to have some music in the background as well, as don't want to be talking all the time. Right, Ben Mace with Adios, the Audi. His first run of the weekend. Beetle that I haven't seen before, but really like the look of that. You're not going to miss that one in the dark, are you? But, oh, Adios has a problem and not getting off the start line there. Not quite sure what's happened to Ben there with the S3. You'll see a lot of the race cars that have messages to the tower that says Sportsman Tree, please. Normally when run what you brung, the tree or the Christmas tree or the starting lights, whatever you want to call it, we call it the Christmas tree, you'll see the lights, all of the amber lights come on together, and then half a second later the green will come on, which is called a pro tree. But all the Sportsman racers, they race on what's called a Sportsman tree, and the lights come down individually, so it's like a countdown to the start, and that's where you see the real sharp reaction times come in. It's still Shanice's birthday, so we've seen this car already. Going alongside the Skoda. Yep, that is VW, because Skoda is owned by Volkswagen. And that's our first red light of the weekend. You do that in eliminations and that's it. Game over, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter what you brung. It just goes to show that you're trying really hard to cut a good light. Tom Herbert, because that's Paul outside. Good afternoon to you, Paul. So Tom driving the Phantom Corrado. Now Tom's been behind the wheel of his Golf recently, but it's good to see he's got the Corrado here this weekend, going alongside that absolutely gorgeous lime green 1980 VW Golf Mark 1. Good looking run for Tom. What's he got for us then? 11.52 at 128. Not bad at all. As I say, great to see Phantom, the Corrado, back at the racetrack. Happy days. Yeah, all good. All good. 14.90 at 103 miles now in the Kestrel Lane. Right, the big Audi back once again, going alongside this bootless Beetle. I'm going to call it now. Had a run earlier on, put in a good little number. Right, so let's have a look then. This Audi went 12.02 earlier on. Now then, can we get it into the 11s? At the 8th, 7.57 at 95 miles an hour. Yes, whoa, 11.69, 120. That is a massive improvement and is definitely not hanging about whatsoever. Let's just say that ain't stock. That's been breathed on. Very nice job indeed. 16.41 at 79 miles an hour in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Right, one of our VW Sportsman entries going alongside another one of our Outlaw Flat 4s. The Outlaw Flat 4 is James Wootton with the V-Dub Performance Beetle. Wheelie bars there, not for show. That's all part of aiding traction and just keeping the car nice and steady. Going alongside VW Sportsman entry number 566. That's Paul Robinson from Toaster with the Sirocco. Well, James Wootton basically just pulling over to the right-hand side there. The car sort of wheel spin and pulled right. 14.75 for the Sirocco, 96 at the stripe. But fingers crossed that the Beetle of James is not wounded over there. But don't forget, first runs for a lot of these cars for quite a while. So unfortunately James Wootton's car just been pushed back. So fingers crossed they can get back to the pits and get that sorted out, whatever the issue is. Nothing too major. It's one thing that you don't like seeing is race cars being pushed away. It's a hobby for a lot of people, and the last thing you want to see is breakages and that, because it just ends up costing money. So fingers crossed it's all okay. But if you're going to have a problem, it's good to do it with all your mates and everything, because you all club together and try and get these things fixed. And a good entry in Outlaw Flat 4, and of course the VW racing scene in general. And basically, if somebody needs a part, somebody else has got it, it will always find its way from one team to another. That's what drag racers do. They're all here for each other. So, Caddy pickup going alongside Mark 5 Golf. So the Golf's going to stage up once again. The Caddy going through with a 14.18 at 99 miles an hour. Very, very quick indeed. So I'm guessing this guy's called Zach. Looking at the number plate on the car. Let's have a look at his run then. 2.17 to 60 foot. 6 seconds to the 330. At the 8th mile, he's got there in 9.34 seconds. He's doing 75 miles an hour there. And goes to the finish line at 14.55 at 94 miles an hour. Right, Ben Mace with Adios. Second attempt to get his first run in. Fingers crossed it all works out this time. Same thing happened again. Oh, very frustrating. So unfortunately car's going to be pushed back. No idea what's happened. Fingers crossed for James Wootton. It's not too bad either, guys. I hope it's okay. Hopefully we'll see you back in the pairing lanes a little bit later on. Right, once again, Lady Baja. Oh, Rob's gone to the back and said no. Just spotted an issue, yeah. So Steve Mellors with the Mazda. Right, now then Steve, his second run. First one, he went 16.14. Now, if he can do another 16.14, happy days, but I think he might want to try and go just that little bit quicker. And he does. 15.94 at 86 miles an hour. But what he wants now is consistency, because that's what you need in Sportsman ET. Right, Nigel Hull once again with his Beetle. Well, that car has been built to do one thing and one thing only, and that's when we go quick down the quarter mile. See the roof line is a lot lower. Good boot spoiler on it. Wheelie bars out the back. See it running on slicks as well. Let's see how he gets on. A little bit of tramping from the back wheels. A little bit of a directional issue, but they all do that. But that's a good looking run. This could be the quickest Outlaw Flat 4 of the day so far. Goes through with a 10.58. Indeed, he is. So apart from the top fueler, running in the 10s puts you into the number 3 spot of quick runs of the day. We haven't seen anybody go sub 10 yet. Well, this man's certainly capable of it. Dave Crowhurst with the Black Wanger has been in the mid-9s. And capable of doing that pretty much off the trailer now. Car well and truly sorted after, fair to say, a major mishap where the car had to be totally rebuilt, but come back with a vengeance. And Dave really getting a handle on this now. Very rapid V-dub, went 13.15 in the Kestrel Beer Lane earlier on. It's back out for another run. Oh, beautiful launch there. 132 to 60 foot for Dave, going through the gears. 638 to the 8th. Are we in the 9s? Got to be in the 9s, surely. Oh, just missed 10.09. Oh, a good looking run though. 132 at the stripe. He becomes our quickest car of the day so far. And you know the 9s are coming. A couple of Sportsman ET cars. Gary Lake and Andy Dibley. So Andy Dibley, and well, that's right, both of these cars will be taking part in qualifying tomorrow afternoon from 4 o'clock, so it's run what you brung for them today. And when it's only 20 quid, it's an absolute bargain. But only open to cars taking part in competition this weekend, or open to anything VW brand. So see if we can get Andy low 13, maybe dip his toe in the 12s. He barged his way in there. 12.78, 109. That'll do. Good improvement. Gary Lake goes 14.17 at 96. I can hear a supercharged engine behind me. Yeah, Gary Parks. With his supercharged Outlaw. Now then, this car has been running consistent high 7-second passes of late. And it's almost a case of Gary that spent ages trying to get into the 7s, and now he's there. It's difficult for him not to run a 7. But when he broke into the 7s, extremely happy indeed. And when you find, you know, a couple of hundredths, or maybe even a tenth of a second, you think, oh, it's a great improvement. Well, Gary, when he did it, he found 0.3 of a second. It was a huge improvement. So fingers crossed for Gary. There's a good, hard, straight run off the trailer. So we call it off the trailer run, which is basically their first run of the weekend. So Gary bringing the car up to the line. It's a Ford Model T. Guess what the car's called? Yep, Purple Days. Nice, hard, straight looking run. 8 or a 7. Oh, the beams were triggered by something else. Don't quite know what happened there. Forget about the 4.8. That's not right. Oh, curses. What a shame. What a shame. Oh, we lost the timing slip there. Oh, I love it when a racer comes and tells me what's been going on. Adios, for the first couple of passes, the car, I don't know if it's been a driver error or gearbox error, but he's been launching in 3rd gear. That's why the car is bogging off the line. They've now sussed it. He's now launching in 1st gear, so the car will now get a proper run in. Fingers crossed. So, come on, Ben. Oh, no, maybe not. No, still got issues. Oh. Well, you've got the right guys around you, Ben. You really have. They'll get that sussed. They'll get it sorted out. But when you build these cars and you start modifying them and start having fun and you start pushing these cars to the limits, you eventually find out that some parts are beyond their limit. And he's obviously got gearbox problems there, but they'll have it sussed. And especially if Carl Goldsmith is on the crew, then everybody just dives in and they'll get that sussed out. So next time you see Ben come down in the lanes, just give him a bit of support. Because it's not a lot of fun when it don't always work how you want it to. Well, that's fact, just looking at the car from down there, there's a lot of alterations on there. To run in VW Pro, I mean, that is going to be a very, very quick car indeed. Oh, that lovely little Jetta again. Straight out of the 1980s. It goes to show you how cars have changed over the years. You've got another Jetta in the Kestrel beer lane, and it's almost twice the size. But then if you look at a lot of cars, they have got bigger over the years. 15 flat plays a 16.26. Right, it's 1 o'clock. That means a lot of our shows are now starting. So if you want to go and get yourselves entertained, why don't you go up to the big dance tent at the top there? You've got the daytime gigs just about to start there with Gareth Jones, Plastic Fantastic, followed by Matt Barnard, then Gareth Jones again at 3 o'clock. Oh, main stage, sorry. Doesn't actually say it there, but there we go. Here's the main stage. Ah, right, okay. Right, Georgina Smith. She's getting some good track time today. Right, VW Sportsman entry number 137, that Beetle. Now let's see what we can get this time from Gareth Bates. Going alongside Bruce Harvey. But he's not in the Derby this time around. Look at the reaction time though, 0.004. That's what you call wired into the tree. Very nicely done indeed. Goes with the 1497. Run. The Late Goose, Adrian Solly. Another one of our VW Pro racers, front wheel drive Audi. The Late Goose, all down to the original number plate the car got its name from. Can't remember what the actual number plate was, but it enabled us to call the car the Late Goose. I think it was L800 OSE or something like that. Just called the car the Late Goose. So, nice reaction time, 0.12. He'll like that in racing. Let's see what his run is on the quarter mile. 11.19 at 128. Well, everybody seems to be in a very, very good mood out there today, and why not? This is Bug Jam, day 1 of 3, and here's our first camper going down, complete with pop top. I'll tell you what, it didn't sound like it had a standard engine setup in there. Normally a camper like this will do about 21, 22 seconds. That one's going to go a little bit quicker, despite aerodynamics of a bungalow. Well, we're looking at about 17, 18 seconds from the bus. 1872, that's about 3 or 4 seconds quicker than it would have run when it came out of the factory. That's not bad at all. Not bad. Well, here's a vehicle that's certainly been modified over the years. Very interesting cooling package with the radiator mounted up high like that with the twin fans on it. Crazy exhaust system as well. Gotta love it. Alongside this Beetle that's got plenty of wings on it. Unfortunately the buggy's not going to make the run here, not quite sure. But it's a great setup. So the Beetle then, getting another run. Right, Paul Bate with the Orange Street Beast by Flat 4 performance. Oh, the bootleg comes up when he launches off the line. Another one of our race cars that will be putting qualifying runs in tomorrow, but today it's all about run what you brung. That goes 14 flat. 16:43 at 100 mile an hour from the Kestrel Beer Lane car. Right, everybody's great friend and chair of the VWDRC. This is Luke Stevenson with that stock blocked VR6 dragster, and fingers crossed for Luke gets a good run here. Luke was telling me it does take quite a while for this car to come up on boost, and the boost generally kicks in about sort of 330 foot onwards, so it seems quite slow at the start. Then the boost will start to come in, but that is probably his best. That's his best looking run for. Oh, that is, come on Luke, all the way through, buddy. That'll do nicely. 13:48 at 112 miles an hour. 93 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Got there in 9.3 seconds. So well done, Luke. Pulled the shoots for the photographers at the top end as well. Just pleased to see that Luke's getting some runs in. Obviously, Luke does a lot of the commentary here at lifestyle events, but Bug Jam is his one that he will always race at, will always get involved, because there's a huge VW scene here, and Luke has to be part of it. As you say, their Christmas party last night, very entertaining indeed. Right, the buggy, whatever the issue was, sorted. Oh. Back axle getting a good old workout there. Well, I say the back axle, the back drivetrain. It's the independent axle, independent drivetrain, sorry. So going through with an 1878 at 83 miles an hour. Looking around in the lanes, obviously got plenty of cars lined up ready to come round. This is Run What You Brung at Bug Jam 34. Day 1 of 3. Got 3 days of action. On track, off track, entertainment aplenty. It's going to be a great time. So our track crew have just been out there, just put a little bit more preparation into the racetrack. So it's going to increase the grip levels just that little bit. So be interested to see how our cars get on out there now. But yeah, quite a few cars that are in the racing are taking part today. So they need just that little bit of extra help, especially got some of the supercharged Outlaws and Outlaw Flat 4s that tend to need a little bit extra grip. So one of our VW Sportsman entries. Yep, the Audi is back round for another run. Track crew, okay, very, very busy at all of our events, you know. That's Justin Foley with the Audi. That's just gone through. But don't forget, 20 quid to sign on today. Run what you brung up until 7 o'clock this evening. Some people just come up to Bug Jam and will only run today and then just enjoy the party tonight. And looking forward to seeing all the fancy dress this evening. Don't forget, this year's theme is NHS Heroes. So expect to see lots of doctors and nurses and people in PPE tonight walking around. Gonna be great. I do worry about Peter in Nitro FM. Just said something to me off air. But yeah, I think that would be a very good for the human-powered race tomorrow, actually. That's a good idea. I like that. Right, so we continue then with Robin Brung here. That's Mark Taylor with the Blue Leon. Had a very stout 12.28 on his first pass. A little bit slow this time, 12.72. But that ain't hanging about, that's for sure. Only an 1800cc engine in there. Obviously with some power add. Right, Ian Dale with the strip burner Beetle. Going alongside this Jetta. Just think that Jetta is, what, nearly 40 years old? Gone quicker than it's ever gone before. Good looking run for Ian Dale. Went 12.61 on his first pass. And he's just found another 10th. So 12.51. 14.76 from the Jetta. That's that car's quickest run of the day so far as well. Two more of our VW Sportsman entries this weekend. And if you're interested in perhaps joining in with the VW Sportsman scene, go and see them in the pits. You cannot miss their area. They've got banners everywhere, and obviously all the VWs are parked there as well. A lot of them do come up to these events and have joined just because of what they've seen. Kaylee Jackson with the Audi. I'm not quite sure who's driving the other one. I haven't got it on my entry list here. But Kaylee having a good time with the Audi. So 16.30. Plays in 18.16. So Tom Herbert with the Phantom Corrado. Very, very nice run earlier on here, 11.52. With plenty more to come. Going alongside that absolutely stunning mint lime green Mark 1 Golf. 1980 revisited. Well, 11.52 on the first run for Tom. Looking good. 11.26, going even quicker. Right then, where we are. It's another one in the 12-second zone. First time we've seen this Corrado. Oh, it's just jumped out of gear, I think. Yeah, he's still got gears. Always worry when a car launches and loses drive. We always hope it's jumped out of gear and not broken any sort of half shafts or anything like that. 12.95, 113. Not too bad at all. Right, 14.30 is the dial-in on the Sirocco. When it comes around to race, that could possibly change when it comes to qualifying tomorrow afternoon. Now then, this Audi, absolute rocket ship, considering the size of the thing. But then don't forget, these RS Audis do not hang about. And this car has already gone 11.69. And off it goes again, 174 to the 60-foot mark at the 8th mile. Get this, 7.48 at 94. And goes through with 11.64. Just found another 0.05 of a second improvement. 117 miles an hour at the top end. Not to be outdone though, 14.44 for the Sirocco. Now this caddy, another one that doesn't hang about. I like this. Caddy earlier on went 14.18 and just a smidge under 100 miles an hour. Oh, we got 100 this time. Oh, he's just under again, 98 at 14.32. Consistent. All right, Steve Mellors with the Hulk MX-5. Running in Sportsman ET. It's all about throwing yourself into the drag racing scene and having a lot of fun. Steve's certainly done that. Right, now let's see if he can find an improvement here. 16.18, no, he went in the high 15s on his previous run, so he wants consistency now. First time I've seen this particular caddy this weekend. Have seen it before, and he just goes straight through the staging beams. No, needs to bring it back a little bit. I like the way he's lightened the back end. He's taken the tailgate off and has replaced it with a net. But he's also strengthened the bed by the addition of a roll hoop. And it needs it. Look at that, leave the line. 184 to the 60-foot block, which is just past that VP Racing Fuels board, past the tree. So 12.6 up to 107. Gets onto our front page. If you make the top 16 quick vehicles of the day, you get onto our front page on our computer timing screen, so it's there, so we can see that. And he's slotted in at number 16. Good job, sir. Love this event, don't you? Look at that, proper Herbie, as Pete called it. And I agree. Wow, 13 flat for the, I think it was a Golf Estate, actually. I could be wrong. I need to check it next time it comes round, but that was nice. Ethan Lyle back round with the roll-in P. Now, he did have an issue when he came round. I think there was something just dripping from underneath the car, but the track crew spotted it. So Ethan, if he can run something between 19.7 and 20 seconds, he'll be happy. The Beetle got absolutely no idea what this is going to run. First time I've seen it. Well, if Ethan, and actually I know Ethan looks like he's going a bit quicker than he normally does. Yeah, that's going to be nearer an 18 than a 20. What? 15.26. What has he done to that car? What has he done to it? Is it the same car? Has he found another one and fooled us all? Either way, 15.26 at 89 mile an hour. That's not a rolling P anymore. But either way, nicely done, Ethan. You fooled me, mate. You fooled me. Right, Jason Hollaby with the Jumping Jalapeno Gasser. Here for some exhibition runs this weekend. Can we get this into the 11s straight away? Oh, 10.80. Nicely done. 123. Picked up a lot of speed at the top end there. Nice run there, Jace. Yeah, looking forward to seeing some of the Gasser Circus cars running this weekend. Going to put on a fair bit of entertainment, that's for sure. A Polo from 80s and a Polo from the 90s. Early parts of both of those decades. Goes to show that old VWs never die. They just go faster. such a scene, the VW scene, it really is. So many great cars they made over the years, and always has a great following. And it basically doesn't matter how old your VW is. It can still be entertaining, it can still be turned into a race car, still bring it to the track, still have good times out and about with it, and why not? Wow, wasn't expecting to see a Porsche today, but yeah. Even Porsche is owned by VW AG, I believe. So a Porsche is allowed. I don't know my Porsches very well, I must admit, but this is a Cayman S. And just been shown a clean pair of heels by a VW Jetta. The irony. But that Porsche is just going to get quicker as run continues. 16.10, expect a lot more to come from that car. Right, the Rexall Racing Beetle coming up to the line. Let's have a quick look in the lanes to see who's there. Dave Crowhurst with the Black Wanger coming round. We also see the Fadster is back down again with Twister. But I'm liking this bus. So, by my reckoning, this camper was first registered in 1970. 51 years old. Probably looking better now than it did when it came out of the factory all those years ago. And cruises on through there, 1886 at 67 miles an hour. How about that for a 51-year-old VW bus? Fantastic. Right, well, the Beetle in the Kestrel Beerlade's got his left indicator on. I'm sure that's by accident. Dave Crowhurst, though, went 10.09 on his first run. Can we get it into the nines this time round? The car's capable, he's capable, it's all about the launch. Oh, but it's missed first to second gear. Oh, that's a shame because the launch was great. Went 133 to the 60 foot. We always look at the short numbers on these, see how the run builds. But yeah, coasting on through. Did pick up a bit of speed at the stripe, but not where he wanted to be. Okay, so the Fadster back out with Twister. And what is Charlotte wearing? It's a ladybird suit. Is that a ladybird? Yeah, I like it. I hope Andy's paid you a lot of money to wear that. I like it. Oh, proper entertaining burnout there from the Fadster. So Andy Hadfield. You got Thomas behind the car, sister Charlotte out front, just doing the backup here. To say Andy stripped this car down more times in the last, I don't know, 3 months than he has for the whole life would be an understatement. Constantly working away. And not only that, also got daughter Purdy, runs in Junior Dragster. And Andy also quite instrumental in running the Supercharged Outlaw, so very, very busy man indeed. So Tony just bringing Andy up to the line. A totally different launch process for Andy these days. Hope these tyres can hold. Man, there's a box of frogs, it really is. But the front end just wanted to come up, giving the wheelie bar a good workout. And even after all that, he still goes 10.76. And he's the 6th quickest car down the track today, despite being on pretty much tick over most of the run. But the thing is, though, when the back end unloads and the front wheels come up, it's quite difficult to keep the car in a straight line, especially a short wheelbase like that. But the Fadster will keep working, and they'll get it sussed. Actually, just talking to Pete, actually, down in Nitro FM, he was watching that run, and he's saying the back end of the car was just leaping off the ground. Well, that's the bounce that those big slicks can give if they turn into a couple of trampolines. Good looking run from the Golf here, actually. That's respectable. 13.21 at 108. Oh, I like these SQ Audis. It's an SQ5, this particular one, going alongside the Caddy van. Oh, getting a bit keen. go straight to deep stage. But nicely away. So, Audi SQ5. Let's see what that's got for us. I believe they are a 3-litre engine in those. 14.21 at 99 miles an hour. And the Caddy van, 20.32 at 57. For Team Militia. Don't forget when this car came out this year, he was worried that we wouldn't see the roof sticker, but well, I think we can. So that's James Gould then with the Mark III Golf. $13.45, 122. Well, as I say, if you're interested in going drag racing and want to be part of the VW DRC, which is the Volkswagen Drag Racing Club, just pop around and see any of the guys in the pits. Tell them what you got, and they will show you the way. The VW DRC, great to be part of, been running many, many years now, and has introduced so many people to the sport of drag racing over the years. I believe it's over 30 years that club's been running now. And strange enough, it is not that expensive to go racing with VWs. You run what you have. It's a dial-in class for VW Sportsman and for VW Pro. All you need is consistency. There's always a temptation to tune the car to make it go faster. Yeah, that's natural. But just to be part of the VW family, the VW scene, just makes it so enjoyable. Right, wide body Corrado down for another run. Didn't get off the line properly on its first run, but I'm sure this time around will be much better. Going alongside us, Ed Keach. Haven't seen Ed for a little while. The Tangoed Golf. Yeah, nice one, Ed. 13.05, 106. And 15.09, 118. Picking up, sorry, 112. Picking up speed at the top end. Well, coming up to 20-2 here at Bug Jam, of course. The 34th edition of this great event. And it's Junior Dragster. The Misdemeanor Machine of Caitlin Wilson. Oh, I was hoping to have the Slick Tricks Junior join us, but just one on its own this time round. Now, Mum Rachel, Dad Duncan down there, they met at one of the earlier Bug Jams, would you believe? They've both been in the VW scene a long, long time. And the Misdemeanor Habit Beetle, driven by Sister Morgan, will probably be in the lanes. And that's right, yes, it is in the lanes. Saves them doing a lot of walking. They do have another Beetle that will be making a long track debut, because this is Caitlin's last year in the Junior Drag. She becomes too old to race in Junior Dragster, so she's got to move on up. A19, 80 miles an hour for a youngster. Happy days. Well, we're talking about Caitlin Wilson, Morgan Wilson now coming round the corner with the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle going alongside Mr. Burnett with his Beetle. Almost like Morgan was just peering out a windscreen looking up at the tower then. So you just seen Caitlin go down the Junior Dragster. This is Big Sister Morgan. And she is in the Auto Glim lane. So L-Reg is what, around about 1973? Oh, Morgan nicely away actually. There was absolutely no traction issues at all. It didn't bog, didn't tramp, didn't do anything. So this could be one of her quicker runs, to be fair. Be interesting to see what the scoreboard tells us. 17:45. Wow. That's a PB, isn't it? That is an excellent run. Excellent run. You could see that building. Absolutely superb. That was all down to the start, that one. 1930 in the Kestrel Beer Lane, but Morgan, you just need to keep repeating that now. But 17:45, great run. Goes to show what can be done with a stock Beetle. Oh, it's going to be quite entertaining. Jack Gooding with the Sirocco. Going alongside a Jet R, Mr. Bailey. So go on, Jacob, all the way through. Oh, nice run there. 10:37, 146 miles an hour. Off the trailer, third quickest car of the day. Jack goes through there with a 16:58. But nice one, Jacob. Right, I can hear a supercharged engine. Yep. Keith Freeman with El Loco. Proper old school hot rod, this. So, running in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. So he's had his sighting run, which was a 10:55. So got a feeling he may hit it a little bit harder this time. But he's getting used to this new tyre combo he's got on the back. Oh, a bit of wheel spin off the line. But once it hooked, it's gone well. That'll do. 988, 139 miles an hour. The car is coming round. We're liking that. well, second run on that pair of tyres into the 9.8s, and that was still with wheel spin off the line. So once they get that dialed out, then yeah, you'll be in the 9.7s. Possibly you may even find it a little bit quicker. Well done, Keith. A Beetle out of the 60s. Look at that. Way quicker than it went in the 1960s, that's for sure. Well, it's already had a fairly decent run in today. Went 13.19 in the Auto Glen Lane earlier on. Whoa, 12.92 at 103, big improvement. Nicely done. And well done to Keith Freeman's team, El Loco. Nice run. 2 runs on the Hoosiers. He's in the 9s. Happy days. Well, 2 cars I wouldn't mind taking home, actually. There's a lovely Herbie Beetle, and there's something about that chocolate brown VW down there, that Polo Classic. I think it's a Classic is what they called it back then. Proper little sleeper. Yeah, 14.79 at 91 mile an hour. That'll embarrass quite a few cars. All right, the Porsche Cayman S back down for another run. Now then, the first run was in the 16s, but we know the car can go quicker. It's finding out how to do it. Now, a lot of the modern cars don't like high grip surfaces like a drag strip. So it's a different approach, but a much, much better run this time round. Now, it should go a fair bit quicker than a 16.1. I'd like to see that in the low 15s. How about a low 14? Correct myself straight away. That is a lot more like it, actually. 14.07 at 100 miles an hour. Yeah, basically just found 2 seconds in one run. So still a little bit more to come from that car. Should see that in the 13s next time it comes round. Steve Mellors with the Hulk MX-5 and this very tidy Beetle in the Auto Glen Lane. This is the one with the boot lip just goes flapping around. Had his indicator on last time around as well. Went 14.18 last time and he's in the 13s this time. Nicely done. 13.57 at 1:01. That is a big old leap. Right, well, if you're anywhere near viewing position, suggest you stay put. If you're not anywhere near, get yourselves over there now. We got a Jet coming up next. It's Oklahoma Willie with Perry behind the controls. We have the Jet VW pickup. So here he is then, Oklahoma Willie. Now then, hang on, the Jet's not fired up yet. Yeah, so this is Oklahoma Willie then. Right, so then full concentration. Just going to fade the music for this particular vehicle because first run of the weekend for anything jet powered, and it is Oklahoma Willie. Absolutely fantastic piece of engineering. This car was found in Oklahoma in the USA, and it was owned by a guy called Willie, hence the name of the vehicle. And you can just hear the turbine starting up now. This vehicle does actually have a road engine underneath the Jet, and can drive it. It's totally street legal, it's totally registered. He just needs to cover the Jet up. But if you're behind him at the traffic lights, give him some aggro, just hope that he doesn't start the Jet up. He should be toast. So the car will run into the 10-second zone, but it's the speed that it picks up on the run. Good flame show as well. So Oklahoma Willie then with Perry. And if it isn't warm enough out there already, it's just getting a bit warmer. I wonder what that was, but the flagpole just got blown over. Union Jack just went for a bird. (1958) this truck first rolled out of the production facility. The engine, a Rolls-Royce Viper 535 out of a Strike Master jet, and it's about 3,450 pounds of thrust, putting on a bit of a flame show as it goes down the track there. All about the entertainment is Perry. He's just out there having some fun. Not interested in putting the time on the board. 18, you can go way quicker than that, but just waking everybody up. So well done, Perry. Oklahoma Willie, the jet bus, out there to entertain. Love it. Right, back to Run What You Brung proper. Yeah, do you know what? I've just thought you can bring a jet to Run What You Brung. You can bring anything you like. A lot of our race cars, though, getting some good runs in prior to tomorrow. But don't forget, it's only 20 quid today. And we are Run What You Brung up until 7 o'clock this evening. The time now is just approaching 2. We've got another 5 hours to go yet. And this is where you start thinking about the people that are getting loads and loads of runs. You thought, oh, have I got enough petrol? Has been known for Run What You Brungers to actually go, I need to go get some more fuel. So the local petrol station comes in quite handy. Right, Paul Bate with the Orange Street Beast. He's down for another run. Matter of fact, going, it's two VW, no, an Outlaw Flat 4 against a VW Pro entry. That's Michael Mooney with Flat Lorat. But it's Paul Bate with a better looking run to start things off, but we're not, if it was a race, it would be game over. The car in the Kestrel B lane would have won this red light start before the tree even activated, but they're still going to get times, and pretty close between them actually. 12.27 plays a 12.36. Audi SQ5. Saw that put a run in earlier, getting a bit keen, went what we call deep stage. And basically what that is, you'll see when the car approaches the start line, you'll see the top set of bulbs light on the starting tree. There we go. The top set of bulbs. Now the second set of bulbs. That means he's in stage. The other car is in pre-stage, then goes into stage. The tree counts him down, the green comes on. And if you leave too soon, a red will come on. I had to explain that very quickly because Ian pressed the start button straight away. So let's see how the Audi gets on this time. 13.94 at 99 miles an hour. A little bit quicker than he went on his first run. Dave Wheatley with the double cross Beetle. running an Outlaw Flat 4 this weekend. And one of our What Were You Brung cars, yep, turned up, paid 20 quid, and out there having some fun. That's a good looking run there. Building nicely indeed there for Dave. And he's just gone the quickest of the Outlaw Flat 4s there.
I've tried it since I see Webby do it on Bangers, Mash and Gravy. Just can't do it.
What about Bangers, Mash and Gravy?
I'm hungry, alright?
Oh, what are we on about?
The old Vader fucking...
Oh!
The magic trick.
The thingy.
Yeah, that one. The thingamy bob.
I don't even know what it's
The
called.
trick on a bike, obviously.
I know what I heard was dinner. I don't even know what it's called.
Oh! Boost! Oh yeah?
I'm not smart. The wind's blowing this way, so I ain't airing that.
I'm just not airing this weekend. Skip leg day.
Ain't got no there. Got a break. I will have to get a high bar up.
Oh yeah?
That was too casual. That was so
How? No sense, he was made there.
yeah. Ollie's not here at the moment. Oh my God! How did you just... If that was any other material other than that wood, you would have just...
I weigh too much to slide out. Yeah. Oh no!
The light has been passed over. Right, here we go. Let's stand on the mini ramp. Enjoy the long romantic walk, pottery, poetry on Sunday. Straight to your hairdresser. Find a lovely purple sparkly light to match.
How are you supposed to
Jordan
drive him up my
wheels on his BMW. Jordan is in. Let's see what you have got.
I've just ridden!
It doesn't matter. Just think it's cardio, something that you don't do at the gym. Must improve your bust. This boy will lift anything.
I do weights approaching!
You doesn't matter what it's not the worst right ever. There we go, straight to it, the lucky store, up on that front leg. Downside spare, tapping that front leg of the focus. Double leg, just tail it in. See how effortless it is swinging that bike around.
You need to calm down.
Absolute unit we have. Ollie Palmer. I would like everything. I want to see.
Look back!
Bastard. If you do it together, even better. There's the basket. throw the bar, little Miranda. Ollie Palmer, veteran on mini round. Me and this guy have read their OCD. Straight into a flare. Bar back, bar in, bar to foot down. Palmer nations today inside foot down as well. This guy like no brakes on his bike.
You gotta hold the grip for a pipe.
Round of applause for Ollie Palmer. Show your appreciation to these riders. Murphy, riding with only half the bike, he left top half at home. Living life on the edge, no top cap or no handlebars. These things can fly off at any time. Normally, Murphy, starting inside Reynolds, white teeth, but they're all off.
No, they're the same ones, they just got dirty. Same ones, they're just dirty.
So we're going to be on the spin around throughout the weekend. Demo time. On the board somewhere. There we are.
Oh yeah.
This is that.
That is such a steep ramp to do that.
Final start after this demo. If you are single to mingle, get this bike up. Look at that fader. Opposite as well. Inside fader jam.
I nearly put up the ramp.
Guys, under that man. Oh,
They're just out of breath.
Give her a round of applause. Oh, I am sweating like a forecast.
You're up. You're up, Coop. You're up.
No, don't worry.
How many flares can you do?
None. Here we go. Drop it down. Oh, this is taking things relatively easy this morning. We're getting into the swinging things. Some of us have done a bit of a COVID curve, and we did spend a lot of time eating during lockdown, but there's not a lot of doing that, so we're trying to get back into the swinging things. Oh, yeah. I have got a gold colored brake at the moment. That's a one-on grip right now. Yeah. He is driven all the way up here from Denver.
Oh yeah.
And Ollie Palmer arrived at my house last night at 11:30. And we're going to do a big potatoes. Ollie Palmer, what are you saying?
Brown cow.
Yeah, they're heat. Mate, I can't breathe. Yeah? I like the sound of this.
Yeah, it's alright.
You know that?
What? Small bicycle around. Their shoulders.
It's the same price as your bike. Nah, only 270 kilograms.
There's no brakes on this bike. Put on the front tyre.
Bar inside.
Into an upper air. No, that's a regular air. I've got to keep it on the right air.
Yeah, boy.
Into a huge look back. Into a bicycle tap.
Ah!
And the Toronto park is the way out. Round of applause for Mr. Palmer. Oh, yeah.
I'm so out of breath.
Right, good, ladies and gentlemen.
Existing high. Where'd everybody go?
It's a good one. It's going to be a cross take on the bicycle. I reckon we did whatever upside down this morning. So I reckon if you shout loud enough, we can actually make it upside down. What are we saying? Do I think
Get upside down! Go on, Dad!
He's going to sit down with tennis now and start straight.
I can't breathe straight.
So instead of bringing any type of pen or band or anything, he's taking the fucking car this evening. Right, the tail was there. Straight to the down with there. I picked the toothpick and it's there. The whole round is fighting. Oh, Canadian.
Wait, you want to feel it when it doesn't play over here?
I just can't breathe.
I don't know.
My asthma's going mad.
I can't hear you. I've got my mushrooms on. Right, Murphy, for that, you're in.
What?
No, you're in.
First race to air around.
The white fluid paint.
Up, away. Oh, look back there. Now rocks to the foot there. Rocks to the 270. I didn't get anything with the electric power line. Come on, Mr. Cooper. I want to see a Martin Cooper special. That's the 20 early. Inside foot down, kicking the bar out.
I can't remember air trick. Like, what is an air trick?
Baby. Martin Cooper with the colourful shoes. He's one of the only thing that can just see that riding sunglasses. He's got one eye. We're not even lying. Dan, the man.
It's so sweaty. Yeah!
Massive ball roll! Failing, not failing. There he is. Great exit with a happy shopper. And the crowd go wild.
Come on in, man.
Oh god, it is warm. And it's getting warmer. Last time we were there, we were doing tricks for beers. Why is it cold? All the time
And what?
we go upside down 10 times. Throughout the weekend, not all in one go apparently.
Unless you want to see that fire, mate.
I would try, but this
No
won't
one see
fall
that
over.
sort of breakfast be absolutely destroyed. Here he is. Dan. Oh my god, it's like Michael slapped me on the front wheel. Foot jam, base jam, front jam, strawberry jam, and back in. There's that main slide. Strawberry jam. Foot to break.
Surprised it didn't go on to marmalade.
Yeah. I've no tricks left.
I am sweating.
Oh, on the first show of the whole week, yeah? No. I'm still napping at the moment.
Competed in contests and demos all over the UK, all over the world. Four masters the far far in. He parties as hard as he likes to fly. And he's got some good grips.
That was horrendous. I thought you like this.
Bit of pistol grip going on there. We've got a whiskey throttle straight in there with an angler. In there with an air. Massive table, kicking that round off the shoulder. Just skinning Jordan's front wheel over that inside jab.
Unlook back.
I just do like intakes, I can't do it.
Oh, here we go. BMX demos. 11, 1,
Where?
3, 6.
Where are they?
Make sure you're here for all.
I want to go and watch.
There we are. And you are the demo.
Why?
Because if you ain't got the track there, you put the trainer over there. You gotta do push-ups, you push the world down. Have you got your laundry on? Because I know you're a secret teacher as well. Something about teachers in.
I've already got the stripes on. I've already got the stripes on.
I don't want to see those. Put those away, mate. You've got a license for those guns. Jordan. If you need to rock a pair of sunglasses, mate, you'll be able to see clearly. Straight into a huge shot. Straight those wings and flying out of Boddington. Straight into a basket, into a top of hander. There's that inside foot down. What a unit of hands. 4 guys get some serious abuse.
I really hurt my ankle.
Work your ankle.
Yeah.
Skip leg day. Then on Saturday, 11, 2, 4 and 7. Demos, make sure you guys are here. If you look at the brochure, there's a picture of a man with a mic and a float down. That's me on sign late for you, don't worry. Murphy, come on in.
Nah. We're all out of tricks.
This ball flying
I
high.
even just pulled a Bardo Andrew out of the bag somewhere.
Inside foot jab. Martin's contact. On the
Oh!
not so on point, but on his ass. Now the pass of Murphy. It wasn't slip fire, I'll give him credit, it wasn't one way.
For arm's sake.
Holy Palmer, straight into the mini round. His eyes on the fly. Huge there.
So clean.
Another one. It's, oh my God, it's like being in a washing machine. Spin.
Oh!
Nearly got the ring itself straight over the
How were
top.
they all so clean?
Can't see an absolute thing.
15-13 plays a 15-17. Hardly anything between them. Just 0.04 of a second. The Beetle took that one. Georgina Smith with a Supra. You're probably thinking, why is a Supra running today? Well, that car is running in Sportsman ET, one of our race classes this weekend. And how about the Caddy? Now that we mentioned earlier on about the tailgate being missing, obviously to reduce the weight, but as has been pointed out, if you put a net there instead of the tailgate, it stops the tailgate being an air brake. So the wind can just get through the netting there, and there we go, the end result. 12.73 at 107. Nice run indeed. Well, it hasn't taken Tom long to bring the Phantom Corrado back down to the start line, that's for sure. It was a slightly higher 11 than the 11.26 that he ran on his second run earlier. Going alongside Kaylee Jackson. That's better. 11.12. Excellent improvement. It's going the right direction. Hey, be in the 10s before you know it once again. He's just put himself in the top 10 of quick cars of the day. Nicely done. Kaylee goes through there, 17.79. 78 miles an hour. Well, don't forget, if you've been running today and you want to get some photographs of your car, Blackett Photography. Ian is just walking out there once again, having just dropped off a memory stick round to Paula. So pop round to see Paula at the Blackett Photography studio. It's just next to the pairing lanes. And they have got various deals on offer, especially for our racers. And it's not just this event, you can also get images from Dragstalgia. Okay, so the junior dragster of the Slick Tricks racing team. This is Jacqueline Bartlett. Now, she had a very nice 7.9 second run earlier on, but she's keen to get a good light. Now, this is the bizarre twist at the moment. Jacqueline has only done one race meeting this year, but she went and won it. So she's into pre-stage at the moment. She's just going to inch forward another 8 inches, and then she'll put the second set of bulbs on. There they are. The tree will count down, and off she goes. It's almost a mirror image of her first run. I think it was a 0.10 on her first one. 7.9. No, slightly slow this time. 8.53 at 76 miles an hour. With the All-Star crew. Right, so there's a message on this. It says TikTok Dave Wanga Racing -281. So VW Pro 281, that's his race number, and he obviously puts videos up on his TikTok. Now then, Dave, earlier on at 10.09, is this the run where we're going to see him into the 9s for the first time this weekend? He has been there already, and comfortably so, but it'd be nice to see a 9 on this one. Let's see how he gets on. It's all about the launch, and that is arrow straight. Shifting nicely through the gears. Oh, yes! Excellent 964. Well, he just found half a second. That was exceptional. 142 miles an hour at the top end. We're getting close to personal best territory now with that car. Excellent job. Excellent job. Well, if one run wasn't enough, Perry's come round for another one with Oklahoma Willie the Jet pickup. Now, his first run, he just went out there and entertained us, really. But Oklahoma Willie the Jet bus. Now, as we said earlier on, powered by a Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet engine. And that came out of a Strike Master jet. 3,450 pound of thrust. Now, if you go to Facebook and search Oklahoma Willie, you'll see this vehicle when it was found in its field, and it was, I believe, it was like a bluish colour, and it was in a very sorry state. It really was. But Perry, a phenomenal engineer, has built this show quality truck, and my goodness me, it entertains as well. And the funniest thing of all, he's just doing run what you brung. He will have some scheduled runs as well. Lovely pops and bangs. Oklahoma Willie then comes up to the start line. Is he going to go for a proper run this team, or is he just out there for the entertainment? Soon see, because he'll take it up to the beams. Yeah, a proper run this time. As you say, not the most aerodynamic vehicle in the world, but it can run in the 10-second zone. This one is a 12.76, but look at the speed building at the stripe there. 127 miles an hour. Very, very impressive indeed. Like that a lot. So you're going to see a lot of cars that have already done runs just coming around and getting more and more runs, and why not? It's exceptional value for money today. So if put it this way, it's 20 quid to sign on, and if you get 4 runs in, that's 5 quid a run. We get 8 runs, it's £2.50 a run. I mean, that is a bargain, absolute bargain. And talk about a quick turnaround. The Junior Dragster's made it straight back down again. Really, really quick indeed. So Billy from the Slick Tricks Racing Junior team walks forward. So Jacqueline Bartlett once again getting another run in. Got 2 juniors on the site this weekend, her and Caitlin Wilson. Always good to get track time if you can. Race season is short, off season is long. So we had a 0.1 reaction time earlier. This is what the teams and the drivers work to, is just getting those numbers right the way down. Like to see a 0 light of some description here. And I'm sure Jacqueline will as well. Very, very good racer. That's much better. 0.8. And an 8.01. Nicely judged run indeed. Basically, you can't go quicker than 7.90. And she's just gone 8.01. Absolutely spot on. Right. Porsche this time doing a passenger run. Just been in the 13-second zone. And of course it's the Audi SQ5 once again. Actually, there's not a lot of difference between performance in these two vehicles, to be honest. Difference in reaction times. Now the Porsche, where are we? 14.07. I thought I'd went quicker earlier on. So the Audi went 13.94. Oh yeah, well, that's addressed the balance, hasn't it? 13.48 then for the Porsche, and 13.94 for the Audi. Gary Lake with the Arabian Night, the Firebird. And let's just say a slightly tweaked Seat down there as well in the Castrol Beer Lane. Spot the racer then, Gary Lake away very nicely indeed. 0.5 on the reaction time. He's consistently good, that lad. 14.06 at 97. Has the capability of winning meetings, as Gary. Has a habit of hanging around late on Sundays. In other words, he keeps going rounds. Goes through 13.74, 1 miles an hour. So Adam Lowe with the Beetle, first time we've seen him for a little while. Put in a run already, and he's been 13.44. I'd like to go a bit quicker than that. But every which way but straight, basically. Thrown him a bit of a curveball on the run. Literally. Still goes 14.12 at 103, but probably went half a mile on that run. 15.09 at 91 in the Castrol Beer Lane. Can't believe we're looking down at that Audi TT. Very good looking car indeed. Can't believe that's 14 years old. 07 plate. I don't know if he's waiting for a competitor, but to be running solo. Nice reaction time considering the tree. Well done. 105. 0.105 I should say. Went through there with a 16.16 at 94 miles an hour. Right, one of our VW Sportsman entries. Andrew Bambrick with his Golf, his first run of the day. Goes through with a 15.04 at 94 miles an hour. Georgina Smith with the Supra once again. Getting some good runs in today. Good little match-up between these two. I think the Beetle might be the slightly quicker one. It's run low 15s compared to Georgina in the high 15s, but nevertheless, Georgina had half a second reaction time advantage off the line, but the Beetle may have just got it covered. Indeed has. 15.18 to 15.87. One of our VW Sportsman entries then. That's Kaylee once again. Goes with an 18.5. Nice run the other lane, though, 13.45 at 95. Right, James Rhodes with the Lupo. It's just like they've got a bigger chassis and just found a Lupo body and plonked it on the top of it. But it's a seriously quick little car. Went 10.46 earlier on. And it's looking like another 10-second pass could be quicker than a 10.46. Oh, 10.65. Still goes through the 133 miles an hour. 14.54 at 97. Right, Andy Cooper with the Skoda. Calls it the Fat Man. Going alongside the Outlaw Flat 4 Paul Bate. The Orange Street Beast by Flat 4 Performance. That's a good looking run actually. Went 12.27 earlier. 0.19 light. Wow, 10.89. Big improvement. Yes. Happy days, guys. That was superb. 125 miles an hour at the stripe. Team happy, driver happy. Well, that's right. The driver won't know yet. He doesn't know what he's run, but he'll get the timing slip. And fair to say, I think he'll be quite happy with that one. Right, Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. And I don't know about the Merc. Must be running in Sportsman ET at some stage this weekend then. But yeah, interesting weapon of choice. Gary Lake just pulls away. Now the Merc should have the power to overhaul Gary at the stripe, but Gary at a 0.7 light, don't think he's going to be caught. No, 14.18. Good run as well, 14.63 for the big Merc. Now the Merc was closing in 104 compared to 96 miles an hour. Audi TT, look at that, 20 years old. Perfect for VW Sportsman. And that's Ian Dale with the strip burner Beetle. Been in the 12s already, but that is a good, straight, a nice launch. Look at the difference there, 12.11. That's best run of the day so far. 113 miles an hour, moves into the top 16. Right, Outlaw flat fours. Right, in the Auto Glim lane, the best so far of 10.58. That's Nigel Hull going alongside Stuart Hodgson with the strip poker Beetle, but puffing a bit of smoke and pulling over to the left-hand side at the stripe. It was 13.14, but 10.92. No improvement, but staying in the 10-second zone. But hopefully Stu hasn't got an issue there with the Beetle. He did pull it over to the left-hand side, only went through at 63 miles an hour. Doing 94 miles an hour at the 8th mile, but our track crew just going to have a look at that one. Just how we got nosy in the pairing lanes. Well, first time I've seen this, the Beetle coming round with all the lights. And of course the Audi SQ5 back down once again. Of course, see Ed Keach in the lanes with the Tango Golf. You can see Tom Atkinson down there as well with the Nova wagon. And a few others as well. So yeah, track just being checked over by our crew out there at the moment. If there is any fluid or anything on the track at all, they will make sure it is perfect before they allow anybody to go back on it once again. And with some high performance vehicles out here, the last thing you want to do is just hit a little patch of water or something and the traction breaks just for a moment, especially if it's only on one side. Then you'll get wheel spin one side and the car will be pitched either left or right and will cross the centre line or unfortunately tag the wall, which neither of them you want. Well, our time now to 2:30 in the afternoon here. Day 1 of 3 of Bug Jam 34 here at Santa Pod Raceway. Hope you're having a good time out there. A little bit of cloud cover, a little bit of respite actually, considering how hot it has been in the last week or so. A little bit uncomfortable for those that have been stuck indoors working away. But you're here now, and this is the place to be. Santa Pod Raceway. The entertainment basically never stops. Right, just to let you know that our track crew are out there at the moment doing some track prep. We're going to take about 10 minutes because I think we do have a fair bit of high horsepower machinery that's going to be taken to the track in the not too distant future. So we're down, but not out. Only for about 10 minutes or so, our track crew are going to get that track nice and sticky, so we get lots more traction out there. Enjoy the music, enjoy the day here at Bug Jam 34, day 1 of 3 at a great VW festival.
The one my heart has gone to mean I want to wait. Eco tap. Eco tick. Oh, eco tap. Eco tick. Oh, eco tap. Eco tick. Oh, eco tap. This eco, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Bring it back. soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. There goes a sight from my soul. I think it's all angels just walk by. 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 There goes a sight from my soul. There goes a sight, there goes a sight. Now there goes a sight from my there goes a sight.
So our track crew have done their stuff out there, and we're going to go run with your brung once again. Don't forget, we've still got 4 hours of track time available to us this afternoon. So time. Let's get the revs down and then engage reverse. And just a little bit of help from the crewman to do that. They'll bring the car back behind the start line, put it into forward gear again, and then the crew will start to work on the car, get those rear slicks wiped off, adjust the wheelie bar height, arm the parachutes. There we go, the team now go in. Just check that wheelie bar height once again. Yep, all good to go. They actually push the car to the start line. The reason for that, they don't want to put any excessive heat into the clutch management system. Just bring it very close to the line, and then it's down to Ida to bring the car into pre-stage, and then those further inches forward into stage. So we expect a half pass on this run, but let's see how it goes. Drifting the car, what a beautiful bit of driving as well. Held on to that absolutely superbly. You wouldn't have believed that was her second pass in a Top Fuel dragster, because she was drifting out there, but held on to it well. 0.93 to 60 foot. At 330, she got there at 2.39. At the 8th mile, she was off the throttle by then, 3.86 at 143. And at the 1,000 foot, 565 at 121, but drove it like she stole it. You could see the back end of the car step out just about 330 foot there. She was already experiencing tyre shake. You see where our 2 track guys are together. That's where the tyre shake started to kick in. What is tyre shake? It's where the tyres are fighting for grip. They're sort of folding over themselves, and it gives the driver an immense headache. It's like being put in a blender and being shaken around. And if you've got any fillings in your teeth, they generally fall out with that. But that was immense tyre shake. She tried to stick with it, got a little bit further, maybe another, what, 100, 150 feet. Then the car started to drift left, but she stuck with it and drove it literally like she stole it. I've got to take my hat off to her now. That was a superb piece of driving. Maybe should have got out of it a little bit sooner. But she's here to prove a point. But entertaining, and I hope you enjoyed that, folks, because that was pretty spectacular indeed. And that's not her last run either. She's got more to come. But that is Top Fuel dragster for you. I like that. I enjoyed that. Well, bring the tunes back up. It's going to be Run What You Brung again very, very shortly. I need to get our breath back after that one. Well, I've got to say well done to the Runafield Motorsports team and to Ida. That was a heck of a licensing pass, getting herself used to the car. So we're back to Run What You Brung. Well, the mixer cars just keeps on coming here at Bug Jam 34 day one, and that was a couple of first runs going through there, both in the 17s. In actual fact, look at that, both of them going 1787, tied together with a piece of string. So once again, Bug Jam delivering in spades here. Day one of three, and we've had phenomenal entertainment on the track already. Jacob Bailey with the jar went 10.37. Exceptionally good run. And this wonderful Herbie Beetle. So Jacob Bailey going quick again. Excellent runs from him. Right, well, as the time progresses here at Santa Pod, 20 past 3 in the afternoon here. Don't forget, 4 o'clock, we've got Bound and Gagged comedy. That's over at the dance tent. You got Leo Curse, followed by Ali Woods, and then John Pearson. As the sweeper goes into pre-stage, then into stage. Yeah, unfortunately, just a bit of fluid just came out of that out of the bus there. Hopefully, not too bad, but didn't see actually what did come out of it. Well, I hope you're all having a fantastic time here. It's a nice chilled out vibe to Bug Jam this afternoon, but don't forget this evening is going to get quite lively. I mean, the entertainment tonight on the live stage, you got Walkway 7:30 till 8:30, then 8:45 Sax Live, and then 10 till 11 Professor Green. In the dance zone, 8 p.m. until 1 a.m. it's Random Concept D&B night. And then in Fuelers Bar, between 8 p.m. and 1 a.m, VDub Radio 90s Reloaded Party. And that's not the end of it either, because everybody's doing their own thing as well on site. Everybody having an absolutely fantastic time. Bug Jam doesn't close until, is it 11 o'clock? Crazy. In actual fact, Bug Jam doesn't close till 11 o'clock on Saturday night either. 5 p.m. on Sunday. Don't forget, in Little Buggers, between 4 and 6, you got Popstar Party, disco and party games, obviously, for the youngsters. Busy day over there tomorrow as well. But if you haven't got one, get hold of the weekend programme. It's a very useful site map because there is so much going on site that you need this to find your way around. Yeah, quite well. Looking forward to seeing the entertainment. Professor Green, 10 o'clock. Sax live at 8:45, but kicking things off, Walkway at 7:30. The Friday night music, as I say, in the dance tent, the random concert between 8 and 1. Rennie Lavis, drum and bass representative on Radio 1, skills as a performer, and DJ being consolidated, touring all around the globe. Molly Collins has a Tuesday night residency on Kiss FM. Ray Keith of Dread Rex, one of the UK's most respected names in jungle and drum and bass, regarded as the godfather of D&B. Backpage. Yeah, I haven't really worked out what it was. It's very near to my caravan, actually, mate. Not yet, no. Oh, really? I wondered why it was so late. Yeah. Is that where you've been hanging? Right, yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. Is that why it's called the Magic Teapot then? Ah, good stuff. Fireside, the all-weather Fireside venue is hosted by the Teapot crew. They're all musicians, tea makers and firekeepers. There we go. Oh, I like that. It is. It is. I'll tell you what, I mean, I know it's been 2 years since our last Bug Jam, but my goodness me, we've missed it, haven't we? Great to be back and welcome everybody once again to Bug Jam. Right. We have another Porsche, but this time it's a turbo. Now, I don't know what it's capable of. I don't often see these on a drag strip, but I don't think it's going to hang about. But I reckon the Audi will give it a good run for its money. Indeed. Pulling away. Oh, but problems for the Audi, unfortunately. So the Porsche will overtake and go on through. What do you reckon? About 12s? 14s. It will be in the 12s once he gets it sorted. All right, Gareth Bates with his Beetle. He's in the Kestrel beer lane. And I like that Baja Beetle. Proper old school colour as well. Just having a look in the lanes. A few of our VW Sports and Racers. Junior Dragster. Aha, coming round as a pair. That's good to see. Also got the Fadster, Andy Hadfield, back in the lanes with the supercharged Outlaw Twister. As they say, the hits just keep on coming. And do you know what? Not being funny, thank goodness it's a bit cooler out there today. The heat for some over the last few days has just been a little bit too much. And a lot of people, unbelievably, do forget to bring their sunblock. And you get a lot of red raw people here at Sandown Raceway. Right, Junior Dragster then. It is Kaylin Wilson and Jacqueline Bartlett. They've been doing some solo runs, but now they're going to go side by side. Jacqueline has managed to get her lights down to a 0.8. Perhaps like to get it a little bit quicker. Kaylin Wilson, former Junior Dragster champion. Jacqueline has taken an event win this year already.
Jacqueline's.
Right, well, got a few updates for you after that run, and I'll explain all after the Fadster has been out with Twister. We got two supercharged outlaws together. This is Andy Hadfield with Twister and Keith Freeman with El Loco. Can you believe that these guys literally live a quarter of a mile from each other? Keith Freeman comfortably back in the 9.8s. These new Hoosier tyres working well for him. And the Fadster, again, a different combination. Mind you, every time he comes to the track, it's sometimes a different combination. Always entertaining as our Fadster. But Keith Freeman, the happy camper. Oh, hang on. So it looks like it's going to be Andy on a solo there. Maybe slight issue with Keith's car. We're just checking on this. Yeah, so we're going to let Fadster run solo. We'll check out Keith's car in a moment. So it's down to Andy Hadfield then. Much softer launch. He hasn't tried to rotate the planet on this one. Having said that, that run is building nicely at the stripe to a 768. 177 miles an hour. Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. It's all coming together very nicely indeed. 122 to 60 foot. Didn't try and hit it too hard off the line. Fed in the power. And that gave him that timing slip. Happy days indeed. Keith Freeman then. Not as much wheel spin off the line this time. 141 to 60. Can he improve on 988? He has 977. Oh, superb from both of them. 977, 138. Right, we've had two supercharged outlaws. Let's have another. Gary Parks with the Purple Days Ford. Now, bizarrely, even though the computer screen says 4.84, we know he didn't do that. Something tripped the beams at the top end when he did his run. We estimate it was a good high 7-second pass that he put in, but unfortunately the timing system was triggered by something else at the top end when he did his run. So it could be something as simple as like a crisp packet blowing through the beams and it just stopped the clock short. So this time we will get a proper timing slip from him. So Gary Parks then with Purple Days. Since he's had this car in the 7, Gary has almost become a changed character, loving life behind the wheel of this car. All going well. So what's he got for us now? I'd love to see a 7-second pass once again, even though we didn't have it on the timing slip last time. Nice steady launch. Nicely through at the top end. Oh. Well, if it's not a 7, it's an 8 flat. 173 miles an hour at the stripe. That'll do nicely. Well done. Well, if he's going to go quicker next time round, he'll definitely be a 7. So, Junior Dragster once again. Now, I do apologise, I got a little bit confused earlier on because there are 2 Slick Tricks Junior Dragsters. Loving the ladybirds. So, well done to the Fazda crew. And, of course, to Keith Freeman's lot as well. 2 good runs. And, of course, Purple Days. 8 flat, be a 7 next time round. Supercharge Outlaws going to collect their drivers from the top end. So, this is Jacqueline Bartlett. Now, the other time you saw the 2 cars side by side, Lara's not actually here. That was being driven by Morgan Wilson. Going through with an 803. Don't forget, these cars can't go quicker than 7.90. And 803, nicely judged. So VW Sportsman, racer number 131. Bruce Harvey. With the Green Peaks Racing Golf, you'll see why. There we go. Bruce goes through with a 1521 at 89 miles an hour. I'll tell you what, this lovely little Porsche, hailing, I reckon, from 1970, is absolutely gorgeous. That little speedster. It's not the sort of car you expect to see on a drag strip. Oh, the doors come open on the Blue Beetle going up the trace, trying to close it and then carry on. Yep, the crazy things happen here at Bug Jam. 1613 at 83 miles an hour. That stunning little Porsche. 2335 at 41 mile an hour and an open door. Simon Clare with the Black Pearl Audi TT. Going alongside one of our Run What You Brung cars, but Run What You Brung has just gone through the beams, so just need to get it back into position. So let's see how Simon gets on. He gets to the top end, goes through with a 1410 at 96 miles an hour. That'll do. Nice little run. Golf goes through with a 1662. Nicely turned out caddy pickup down there. Interesting logos and a play on words there. Mind you, like some of the other caddies on site, not hanging about. That's moving on nicely. Yeah, whoa, 12:37, 111 miles an hour. Wasn't expecting it to be quite that quick, but nevertheless, impressive. Andrew Barnbrick around once again with his golf. Come down from Manchester for Buck Jam this weekend. Actually, I think most of the VW racers have put runs in now this weekend. That's the quickest so far for that car, 1480. All right, Lee Caudry with Poppy, the VW Pro entry. That's obviously the Seat. And a VW Sportsman entry. The only thing is I haven't got a name for the driver, and I do apologise, I don't actually know who it is. Oh, look at the reaction time there. Look at the scoreboard, 009. Judge that light very, very nicely indeed. 8th mile. 871 at 65, and at the quarter mile, 1490 at 79. He's capable of going quicker than that. Didn't pick up a lot of speed at the second part of the run. Proper old school Jetta down there. Ian's having a good old look at the Sirocco, but off it goes. Well, time now approaching 3:45. We've just got, what, over 3 hours of track time available to us. But as the time approaching 3:45, don't forget 4 o'clock. Extra things happening. Head over to the dance tent. Comedy show. That's running between 4 and 5:30 this afternoon. Being kicked off by Leo Kearse, a Scottish comedian. Then followed by Ali Woods. And then to wrap things up there, John Pearson. So there you go, bound and gagged comedy between 4 and 5:30. Leo Kearse, Ali Woods, John Pearson. On the main stage, Matt Barnard again at 4 o'clock. Oh, lovely little wheels up launch there. So Paul Bate goes through with a 10.96. Only dropped like 7/100ths of a second off his best. But wheels came up nicely on that one. Certainly got it hooked up despite rolling through stage and having to back up and line himself up again. Very, very good indeed. Hi, Daniel Boucher from Epsom with the Loco Polo. He's in the Kestrel beer lane. Good light as well, 04. Goes through the 14.14. of 102. That lovely Herbie Beetle once again. Ah, the Porsche Turbo makes a return visit now. First time through. Let's just say it's going to go a fair bit quicker this time round as I get used to how drag racing and the drag strip works. Basically, you switch off all the traction control devices and do it yourself, if you can. That's it, he's in stage. So this is where the power of the Porsche will start to feed in. Yep, 13, 19, 114, much better run. Ah. Well, I don't know who's driving the car, because that's Carl Goldsmith on the outside, and it's Carl Goldsmith's car. Giving it to Luke, has he? $12.20, 125. But who's driving the car? It's unusual to see his car go up there and Luke and Carl still down on the start line. But there we go. Strange things happened at Bug Jam. It goes to show how strange Bug Jam's getting, because Alex Gordon's down there, but I haven't got Billy Gain, who he normally crews for. So, yeah, very strange, this event. So, Felicity Gibbs is down there with Little Miss Rampage Mustang. Very, very good racer indeed is Felicity. She'll be running in Sportsman ET. And this is her first run of the weekend. Dan Holloway down there as well. But he's out of his truck at the moment. And I got a great message from Ethan Lyle after his run that he totally fooled me with earlier. Now I'm looking down on the car to see that it's not the same car. Externally, yeah, it's the same colour. But he's even got 3 Ps on the dashboard. I'm loving it. But the interior is totally stripped out. Right, that's right, Ethan celebrated birthday this week as well. Yeah, so basically this Lupo is a 1.8 20 valve turbo. So that's why it went so much quicker than the 22nd rolling P that we've known him from running before. So our track crew just inspecting the Auto Glim lane towards the finishing line. So Felicity and Ethan just waiting patiently for the nod from our track crew. They can get their run underway. But looking in the pairing lanes, Oklahoma Willie has come down once again. That rather brutal Audi is back down again. Well, the highly medicated Beetle is done. There's a couple of other cars that I haven't seen put runs in yet today as well. So, yeah, quite a good mix. Maybe these are the people that have been working today and couldn't get to Bug Jam until a little while ago, so they're just getting their cars ready and come down to get their first runs in. But to say the time approaching 4 o'clock gives us still another 3 hours of track time. A note for your programmes, actually. If you are expecting Top Fuel Dragster to run at 5 o'clock, that is now going to be 6 o'clock instead. So instead of 5 o'clock for Top Fuel, it's going to be 6 o'clock. The good news on that is that we're going to get 2 cars, not 1. You're going to see Ida Zetterstrom go for her full pull, in other words, taking it all the way through. And then once she's done her run, Suzanne Kalin in the Slick Tricks Racing Draper Tools Top Fuel Dragster will be putting a run in straight afterwards. So you're going to have 2 Top Fuel Dragsters putting in runs, one straight after the other. Right, well, the entertainment from Ethan Lyle is going to continue here as he pulls the rolling P into stage. Totally fooled me earlier on, but I know what to expect now. He's a good-looking run, actually. Go on, Ethan. Felicity tried to cut a light there. It was only a 0-1 red. But Ethan, 14.97. Wow. 89 miles an hour. Hooked up and went. Nicely done, sir. 14.97, 89. That's 5 seconds quicker than his other one. Now, I actually saw the front end of this Audi in the lanes as well. That looks rather menacing. If that pulled up behind you, you moved out of the way. I haven't seen this one put a run in yet, but I don't think it's going to hang about. I like the fact you just sort of look under the rear bumper, the the rear lower part is completely missing, just got the exhaust pipes hanging out of the back. A little bit of a bog down off the line, but I'll keep on going. Goes through the 14.56 with more to come. Right, the Corrado has been 13.49 so far. Once it gets into its stride, it picks up speed. 14.50, pick as much as it did earlier on. 16.73 at 82 miles an hour in the Autoglim lane. Oh, what happened there? Has it got like weird coloured slicks on or something? But yeah, it's almost like rust is blowing out the pipes there, like oxidised as it came out. It was like, yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there. That was very bizarre. It was like rusty water or something. It was just such a strange colour. That's right. Just looking at the wheelie bars, that's covered in something. Very odd. Yeah, that's come out straight of the exhaust pipe actually. Yeah, that didn't look too good. Good decision there not to run, I think. So Graham Freeman then with Sick Bubblegum goes through 12.46 at 109. Right then, time now. Let's have a quick look. 5 to 4. You got 5 minutes before the comedy show starts. Now you can bring chairs and stuff into the tent and beers. The bar is open next door, so you can get yourself a drink and then get in to the marquee for the comedy show. It's an hour and a half of comedy. 4 o'clock until 5:30 in the dance tent. Get yourselves up there, get yourself entertained. Have a few laughs as well, because I'm sure the acts that we've got lined up for you there, Leo Kearse, Ali Woods and John Pearson, going to give you a show to remember. They really will. So Jason Hollenby with his jumping jalapeno gasser going alongside Tom Herbert with the Phantom Corrado. This is actually quite a good matchup, actually. Tom's been 11-12. I know that the Jalapeno's been in the 10s, but good entertaining run, this one. Well, that's pretty close, to be fair. Good race. 11.08 plays a 10.84. It's like that. It's that far, isn't it? It's about that bit. It's that much. He'll get there. 11:08, best of the weekend so far for Tom Herbert. 10:84 for Jason. Nicely done. Right, as I say, whilst Perry brings... It's just a crazy day. We're getting all sorts of stuff coming around. And not once, not twice, but now 3 times for the jet bus. So, get yourselves up to the big marquee, the dance tent, comedy show. 3 great acts lined up for you. Leo's going to be kicking things off, the compare. And then at 4:15, Ali Woods for half an hour. And then Leo will introduce the second act, John Pearson. But don't forget, Leo is a very good comedian himself. So you've got 3 really good acts up there. And that's Bound and Gagged Comedy, 4 o'clock in the dance tent. And you can take a beer and take your own chairs in there. What more do you want? So, Oklahoma Willie, once again, put in a very, very nice run earlier, actually. The first run was just flame and fun and just doing it for a giggle, really. The second run went for it a bit more. But let's see what he got. I love the fact you just bring a jet car out to run what you brung. This is brilliant. So 12:76, 127 on his earlier run when he actually set a time as the tower disappears in all of the fumes. Lovely flame show from Oklahoma Willie. The pickup from the 1950s started its life, well, ended its former life in Oklahoma, brought back to life here in the UK by Perry. Fantastic engineering on this vehicle, show quality, and it goes as well. And don't forget, totally street legal. So Perry opens up the jet all the way now. Is it a 12? Is it going to dip into the 11s this time? No, it's another. Oh, it's a 13:21. Good speed though, 124 miles an hour. But that is so entertaining to watch, and love the flame show. Cracking work, guys. Really, really good show, that. Right, so. Whilst it's gone a bit quiet, it is 1 minute to 4 o'clock. If you're quick, you could possibly sprint up to the big tent at the top there. Yeah, the dance tent, hour and a half of comedy up there. You can take your chairs in there. You can get a drink from the bar outside, take that in as well. Leo Kearse is just getting ready to open up his microphone. Your compare. And then it's going to be Ali Woods at 4:15, and then John Pearson at 5 to 5. Bound and Gagged Comedy about to get going. That's why the fun never stops here. Actually, it's just been we've got one of those events on the main stage. Matt Barnard on for half an hour, and then the main stage will actually close then as we get ready for this evening's entertainment. So you've got plenty to be getting on with. Don't forget, main stage, 7:30, it's going to be Walkway, followed by at 8:45 by Sax Live, and then 10 o'clock, Professor Green. Great lineup of entertainment here for you. Don't forget, Top Fuel Dragster scheduled to run at 5 o'clock has now been changed to 6 o'clock, but we will be getting 2 cars, not 1. We're going to have Ida Zetterstrom. She's done her first 2 runs of a 4-run licensing procedure. She's done our burnout and launch, and that run was good for the half track. She's now got to do 2 full passes, and there is a certain ET requirement and there's a certain speed requirement. We're going to check on that to let you know what those numbers are, but it will soon become obvious. So, Outlaw Flat 4, nicely done, 10:48, quickest run of the day for that car. So Dave Wheatley with the double cross Beetle, good run there, 10:48. 12:15 at 122, Kestrel Beer Lane. So once again, the highly medicated Beetle. Well, whatever it was billowing out the the exhaust system as oh no, it's still coming out. I think that's basically some winter deposits. Right, here's a bit interesting bit of news actually. Those of you that are tuned in and watching the live stream, there are actually a few tickets still available for Bug Jam this weekend. So it's not too late. You can book tickets online and get yourselves up here. So I'm very, very surprised at that, though, because of those that haven't been able to make it, there are a few tickets available. So it's not too late to be part of the fun here at Bug Jam. If you're watching the live stream, you can still get tickets. Just go on and order them up. Get yourselves up here. Come and enjoy Bug Jam 34. You know you'll want to. So, yeah, great bit of news. I'll keep repeating that one. But, yeah, just get onto the Santapod website in full. Obviously, you're watching the live stream. You're partially there already. But get yourselves some tickets. Come and join us. Celebration of everything VW and Bug Jam and what it's all meant to be. So, a pair of Golf GTIs, just slightly different vintages, but similar looking cars, obviously. Golf in the Kestrel Beer Lane is the slightly quicker of the two on previous runs. But having said that, neither of these two actually hang about. I'm guessing one of them has got a slightly different tuning setup than the other. 1369 plays a 1417. Actually an improvement from the slower one of the two cars. So 1417, best run of the day for that car. There's only half a second between them. Well, once again, Ian Blackett is out there snapping away. It's always interesting to watch Ian, because what he does, he takes loads of photographs, and then once he's filled up a memory stick and he's got a window of opportunity, legs it back to the studio and gives a memory stick to Paula, and then she downloads all the images, and they are available to buy. So pop round to Blackett, some cracking images. So a couple of the VW Sports and Races putting in more runs. Consistent as well. So now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 hours of Run What You're Brung to go, 2 hours till we run Top Fuel Dragsters. Yeah, and I said dragsters. Yeah, we got 2 of them coming out this afternoon. We've also got Fire Force 5, the jet dragster, running later on as well. Scheduled, well, around about the same time as we run Top Fuel. So I'd imagine that will be just afterwards. So going to have a great session of on-track entertainment there. Cool Flow have got their final show of today at 6 o'clock. So just gone 4 o'clock then. Matt Barnard is on the main stage, and you've got Boundagad Comedy up in the big dance tent at the top end. Don't forget, go and visit the fairground as well. That can see that's in full swing as literally as I look at it. Verse Bungee, all sorts of different fairground rides up there, and of course at night time that's going to be lit up like Blackpool illuminations up there. So Ian Dale with the strip burner Beetle, bouncing all over the place trying to get the car to hook off the line. It probably hooked a bit too well, hence why he got a little bit of a bounce going there. He's been in the 11s already. That was a 13 though. He lost a lot of that time on the start line, to be honest. Right, the Loco Polo of Daniel Boucher from Epsom. Go alongside the primed Beetle in the Castrol lane. Beetle has been 15.03. Right, so both cars actually just backing out. I think they need to go and grab the tractor. There was something maybe on the track at the top end, so they're just going to go and sort that one out. But that's the other thing, of course. You do have radio communications between start line and the top end. Although you can't see them at the top end, there's definitely people up there. We have what's called a turnout crew. Now, basically, after every car comes around the corner, if they spot any fluid or anything dropping out of a car, then the track crew will come out and inspect the racetrack. And also, we have spotters, and if they see anything on the track, they will have a look and just see if there is anything. And that's basically what's happening now. They're just going to go and check everything out, make sure it's all A-OK. I'll be back with you in a moment when Run What You Brung continues. Luke Stevenson then putting another run in with the Scheck's toy dragster. 10:48, 130 miles an hour. That car is starting to work nicely. Got a lot of boost on that run. 174 to 60 foot. 672 at 110 at the 8th. 10:48, 130. Nicely done, Luke. So once again, the Herbie Beetle getting another run in, getting good value for money today. That's a very tidy 14.69. No improvement, but nevertheless consistent. Right, the Porsche Turbo back round. Going alongside the Skoda, running in VW Sportsman. That's Andy Cooper with the Skoda Octavia. Skoda, what's that? Porsche Turbo going through with a 1358 this time. And the best so far for Andy Cooper. Well done, 1573. Right, Steve Metcalf with the Audi TT. Right, once again the Mark 1 Golf going alongside the Outlaw Flat 4 of Adam Lowe. Unfortunately, I haven't got a driver name for the Golf. Oh, Adam Lowe off and running. $11.39, that'll do nicely. Good old improvement there. 1462. Right, so Darren Shepherd with the Social Outcast Beetle out in front. Goes 11.88. Nice improvement for him, 12.62. Quickest run for that car as well. Is that right? The Audi's got... Someone's put $4.5 grand for that Audi in the Autogram lane on the back window. Is that right? That seems a bargain. Mark Taylor with the Blue Leon. 12:09 plays a 14:63. Don't forget, if you are tuned in at home, watching the live stream here from Bug Jam 34, not too late to get hold of some tickets. Get some ordered, come and join us. It's not too late. So Nigel Hull with his Beetle in the Kestrel beer lane, the best so far of 10:58. Going alongside Morgan Wilson with the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. $10.76. Consistent tens. 1750 at 74 mile an hour. Going well. Going well. Jack Gooding then with his Sirocco. But it's going to be the Beetle that's going to get there first. 14:37 at 100 miles an hour. That's the quickest run of the weekend so far for that Beetle. And talk about getting close to getting into the tens. Tom Herbert with the Phantom Corrado. 11:08. Is this going to be the 10-second run? It is. A very confident nod there from Paul. Very confident. Scrabbling for grip, but does find it. Good looking run, 7:31 at 98 to the 8th. And the stripe, oh, 11:23. Lost a little bit of wheel spin at the start there. That's where the run disappeared. 176 to 60 foot tells a story there, but the car has definitely got it without a shadow of a doubt. 15:82 at 84 in the Kestrel beer lane. Oh, a bit of a puff of smoke in the Auto Glim lane in the shutdown area there. 13:25 at 96 miles an hour, but that's clearing up nicely. So Paul Robinson with his Sirocco. Now we know from back window that he would like to run around about 14.3 for the quarter mile to give him some consistency. That's what he's going to need. The idea being when he comes around to do his qualifying tomorrow afternoon, he's got to select his number, and there you go, 14:33. That's only 300ths off what he thinks the car can run, assuming that you work from the dial-in on his back window. That would be a very, very nice qualifying run indeed. Well, the main stage is about 5 minutes from closing up. You've still got another hour of comedy to go in the dance tent up the top there. It's not too late to join in the fun up there. You can take a chair in with you. You can even get a beer from outside. Take that in as well. Bandergath comedy until 5:30. Here, day one of Bug Jam 34. we'll be back running at around about 5:10. So the music fades into the background and our track crew reappear. Our photographers go back onto station. Run Where You Brung is going to continue here. The time now must be coming up to around about 20 past 5. Indeed it is. We are running until 7 o'clock this evening. But don't forget, 6 o'clock we will be having Top Fuel Dragster. Not one, but two of them for you. Ida Zetterstrom will be continuing her licensing procedure, and that'll be a full pass that you'll be seeing from her, directly followed by Suzanne Calin. Suzanne Calin with the Draper Tools Santa Pod Raceway Top Fuel Dragster for Slick Tricks Racing. So you're going to see some pretty fast stuff coming up. Also, you're going to see Martin Hill with Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster. That'll pretty much follow the Top Fuel cars. The personal best run of the day there, 11.98 in the Autoglim lane. So Run What You Brung then, pairing lanes, chock-a-block of cars coming to put some runs in. Dan Holloway with Truck Norris, his pickup truck that he's been running in Sportsman ET, going alongside Holly Walters with the Mustang. Again, another one entered into Sportsman ET this weekend. Now what they're trying to do is just get consistent numbers. They don't want to suddenly go half a second quicker, because that totally upsets what these cars can do. And it also throws a massive curveball to the drivers. That's interesting. Double red. 03 red for Holly. 001 red for Dan. Now, if that was a race, Dan would have won that regardless of what happens at the top end, because his reaction time, well, basically Holly went red first. But it wasn't a race, this is just Run What You Brung. They're just trying to set their cars up ready for the weekend. Qualifying for our race classes begins in earnest tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. But until then, it's non-stop Run What You Brung. Apart from a small issue of the human-powered race tomorrow afternoon. Right, Kaylee Jackson below us with her Audi. Again, she's just trying to find out where all the right points are on the track for gear change. Actually, I don't even know if she's manual or auto. Going alongside this VW Beetle. That's some good runs, actually, to be fair. This particular Beetle, best so far this weekend, 14 flat, so would love to see a 13 of some description appear on the boards. Is the 13 going to appear? Oh, not quite. 14.19 plays at 18.26. This is a good little match-up, actually. Keith Bartlett, the governor here at Santa Pod Raceway with Roaring Rat, going alongside one of his employees, James Forster. Now then, fair to say that James is a fair bit quicker than Keith, but Keith wanted someone to go alongside. So James Forster, a regular in the Pro ET, very, very consistent car, actually, to be fair. 9.4s are there or thereabouts. Keith with Roaring Rat getting quicker and quicker basically each time he goes out, and a 10.6 wouldn't be far out. So they're actually having a bit of a dial-in race here, actually. James Powell. James hits his number bang on, 940 on a 940 dial. KB goes 1070. Nice run indeed. So well done, guys. James, well, to be fair, he wasn't going to be beaten there. 940 with an 8 on a 940 dial in. That's basically bracket racing for you. One car gets the head start by the difference of their predicted time. So nicely done, guys. Well done. Back to Run What You Brung then. Shall we say, these cars are a lot quicker than they were when they left the factory all those years ago. I mean, that caddy's just gone 13.86. That probably did about 18 or 19 seconds down a quarter mile when it first rolled off the production. All right, the Loco Polo once again with Daniel behind the wheel. He's in the Kestrel Beer lane. Run what you brung in the Autoglim lane. In other words, a car that won't be appearing in competition from Saturday afternoon onwards. On the brakes, way before the finishing line there. 13.62 at 108. Right, if there's one person that's been wired into the tree today, it's this man here. The Arabian Night, driven by Gary Lake, Pontiac Firebird. Has been super, super sharp off the line, cracking reaction times. He's done it again, 0.6. Every time he leaves the line, he's got a 0 in front. Very, very good indeed. And just goes 13.99, his best run of the weekend so far. The Zach Golf goes through with a 14.92. Right, this little Herbie Beetle went 14.48 as the best run so far. And that's 14.70 on this particular run, but the best run of the weekend so far, 15 flat. 95 miles an hour in the Kestrel Beer lane. Well, fair to say that this Beetle is, oh, that's unfortunate, just lost all drive there. Pulled it over to the left-hand side straight away, just in case there is an issue of dropping anything. Now, the reason the racers pull over to the side is just to keep the car off the main racing line. It's coasting to us. Looks like it's coasting to a stop, actually. It just looked like it lost all drive. Still rolling, but very, very slowly. Yeah, Beetle's actually just stopped at the finish line there. So quite a few of our sportsman racers in the pairing lanes. I'm saying with 20 quid to enter Run What You Brung this weekend, absolute bargain for them. Well, I won't say 20 quid to Run What You Brung today. There was a good queue of people first thing waiting for the signing on office to open today. And no doubt it will be pretty much the same deal tomorrow morning. Now, tomorrow's Run What You Brung is 9:30 until 3 o'clock. Because it's a slightly shorter time frame that they've got to work with, Run What You Brung tomorrow is only £15. 15 quid. But that is open to anything VW brand or any of our teams that are racing this weekend. They can do Run What You Brung, and then obviously they'll switch into race mode from 4 o'clock onwards tomorrow afternoon. So the Beetle attached to the tow rope, which is attached to the quad bike and just been towed off through the first exit there. Has to swing out wide and then cut across the track. There we go. Beetle exits stage left. Ian Dale with the strip burner Beetle. He's having quite a few runs in today. Best so far of 12.11 at 113 miles an hour. $13.34 at 108, plays a 15.24 at 86. James Gould then with the Team Militia Golf going alongside Ed Keach with the Tangoed Golf. Both of these run in VW Pro. Now tomorrow, before we actually go into our main qualifying, we have the annual VW DRC VW Sportsman versus VW Pro shootout. Oh, gear selections issues there for James. Ed pulls away. James hauling it back though. Oh, takes it. Look at that. 12.09 at 126 against a 12.53 or 107. All right, in the Supra is Georgina Smith, running in Sportsman ET. She had to go in a Super Pro car a couple of weeks back and put it in the 10-second zone. Very nice indeed, well done. Now she wants to do it again, but gonna have to wait a little while. So a high 15, low 16 for Georgina would be a nice target to hit. And it's a high 15, 15.8 at 88 miles an hour. That lovely little Porsche. 1970, and it's still just as good as it is now as it was back then. $13.20 plays a 16.22. Best run of the day for that Golf, to be fair. Andy Cooper with the Skoda Octavia. Now he's running this weekend in Volkswagen Sportsman. Well, how can he run in VW Sportsman with a Skoda? Simple, really. Skoda is owned by VW, so it is classed as eligible for a VW DRC class. Right, one of the performance packages of the weekend, to be fair, Dave Crowhurst with the Black Wanger, 9.64, his best of the day so far. Been very, very happy with that run. And do you know what? There is still more to come out of this car. First time we've seen this Golf. Doing a passenger ride, actually. Going to have a fantastic view of Dave pulling away. But one thing that I've noticed with Dave's car, he's really got the launch nicely sorted now. And that is arrow straight this time. Probably the straightest launch he's ever had. Just sat down and went. Oh yeah, 9.58. He's gone even quicker than he went earlier on. Very, very nice run indeed. 14.81 for the Golf. But very, very tidy run indeed there for Dave Crowhurst. That car all well and truly sorted now. Just coasting down the shutdown area, turns left, job done. Jack Gooding with the Sirocco having a match-up with the misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. Oh, that's a nice little launch. $17.82. Caitlin Wilson. Now, in the world of junior drag racing, Caitlin's had a very successful career. Actually has been the national champion in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Very, very good off the lights, very good racer, and target time around about 8.2 seconds. That's where this car normally is. But more importantly, the reaction times. Anything with a 0 in front will do nicely. Well, I said 8.2 and she has 8.22. Nicely done. Well, we've seen the Phantom Corrado plenty of times. I'm a bit confused now. Going alongside Carl with the Tesla, Carl Magadera. Now, the thing is with Carl, we don't know what number he's going to dial in on the car. The car can run 12 flat, and he can run it at 13 and a half. Depends how he feels on the day. There we go, 13.600. If he dialed in that, that would have been number one qualifier. All right, interesting when two good buddies race each other. 13 flat, it would be the target for Andy Dibley with the Camaro. Tom, well, around about 11.1, but say Tom's mission has got to be to try and get this car into the 10s at some stage, but I think he's almost reached terminal velocity. Got a little bit of a tailwind working with him at the moment. Puts a cherry on the tree, that doesn't matter. 161 to 60 foot. I think he's been 159, so maybe dropped a couple of hundreds there. But it's an 11.09. That's his quickest of the weekend so far. 12.71 for Andy Dibley. Nice shout from him. But Tom is getting closer and closer and closer. Right, round about 20 minutes away from our scheduled appearance for Top Fuel. Still got plenty of heavy hitting machinery to come round the corner before then, though. 11:41 for the Golf. It's getting close to what it ran before as well. Andy Hadfield with Twister is in the lanes. So Bruce with the Greenpeace Golf. And you've got the Black Beetle that's been entertaining us all afternoon, Gareth Bates. .15.26 pace, 50. Oh, proper burn out there from the Fadster. Very high up on the revs as well. I'm sure Charlotte has a good old jog to get to the car. But no, the Fadster's coming back already. So Tony brings Andy up to the line then. What's the Fadster got for us? Is he going to be dancing all over the place? Is he going to hook and go? He went 7.68 on his earlier pass. Oh, that's... Oh, it's got the death wobble on the front wheels there. In actual fact, can't quite see from here, but that looked a bit more of a wobble than it did previously. God, it certainly left the line well. Well, no, the Fadster, they'll get that car back to the pits. They'll get that all checked out. But engine sounding so strong. Of a second, and a good improvement as well. Luke Stevenson back round with the Dragster. Now don't forget, this is VW powered, going alongside his good friend, arch enemy, good buddy but rival. it's everything in one package here, it really is. Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. Now then, actually it's fairly even between them. 10.37 plays a 10.48 between these two. The Jetta is a slightly quicker of the two, but Luke is building on this car. He's going nicely now. Jacob rolls the beams a little bit there, but Luke is going. Oh, come on, Lukey boy. Side by side. Has the Dragster stayed on boost? Oh, he has. Hey, 10.22, 132. Jacob goes 10.48. at 142, but Jacob did roll the beams, so that would have been quicker if he didn't roll the beams. In other words, I mean, he was rolling before he actually got his foot down. Well, it's so great to see the Never Forgotten Beetle here this weekend. Clark Hilliard sold this car, and basically the new owner picked it up earlier on today and has brought it straight to the track. Absolutely fantastic, and this is his first go in it. The car is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Going alongside Simon Clare with the Black Pearl Audi. There's 14.04 and 14.37, first run in the Never Forgotten Beetle. Clark, I think your new owner is doing well with that. Dave McCallan, another one of the Supercharged Outlaws, his first run of the weekend. Going alongside the El Loco Ford 32, Keith Freeman. Nice burnout, Dave. Smokes the place out. Well, we're not that far away from Top Fuel. We're not that far away from Martin Hill. All manner of vehicles still to come round to entertain you today. About an hour and 10 minutes of track time available to us. Track closes at 7 o'clock. And then we do it all again tomorrow, starting at 9:30 for Run What You Brung till about 3 o'clock. And then we've got our human-powered race. And then we get into our qualifying for our race classes from 4 o'clock onwards. Not only that, got Top Fuel, we got Jets, you name it. Well, 2 arrow straight runs. Dave McClellan is going to dip into the 8s. He has 8.99 and a 9.69 for Keith Freeman. Oh, those tyres are working superbly. 9.69. Excellent job for Keith. 141 miles an hour to boot. Amazing what a different tyre size. I know they work on the car in between times, but that is superb. Well done. Alex Gordon bringing Felicity Gibbs up to the lines. Felicity runs in Sportsman ET. Against one of our Run What You Brung cars, but I'll tell you what, that is not slow. Watch this Polo go. Oh, well on to the Keith Freeman El Loco team. Stout run indeed. Really like that. So 9.69 for Keith. Excellent job. So the Polo powers away, but cracking reaction time there for Felicity. 13.81, and Flick goes through with a 17.14. You switched camps, Alex? Have you swapped over? Normally runs with Billy Game, but obviously Billy not here this weekend. Right, Fee Sinclair with this cracking little Beetle. Has a best of 13.95. Whoa, 13.79, just took 2/10 out of it. Nicely done. Right, this is a very, very good matchup indeed, to be fair. This is Paul Dale with the Orange Street Beast by Flat 4 Performance going alongside Paul Jordan with this Polo. Trust me, folks, this Polo does not hang about. And you know what I said about the top 16 appearing on my front screen here? It wouldn't surprise me to see Paul Jordan slot himself nicely on that. haven't seen the car run for quite a while, to be fair. Good looking run. 11.02. Just a little bit off the 10.89 he ran before. Paul Jordan goes through with a 12.13, but look at the speed he went through at. 137.74 miles an hour. I think that run was just blowing the cobwebs out, basically, because we know that vehicle can go into the nines with ease. Someone's lost their rag. Something's dropped out of his pocket. Don't worry, they'll pick it up. So don't forget, we've still got quite a lot of heavy hitting machinery to come around the corner. Basically got just over an hour to go, but we've still got top fuel to come. We've still got jets to come. And then, of course, once our on-track action finishes, the main stage opens up at 7:30. Tonight it is Walkway. Basically, that's a rock band doing covers. Anything between, you know, AC/DC to Bon Jovi. And then at 8:45, you've got the Sax Live. It's an all-female vocal and saxophone group. And then, of course, at 10 o'clock, Professor Green. So some excellent entertainment lined up for you. Cool Flow BMX are just about to do their last show of the day. So they are behind the main grandstand. So Cool Flow BMX just getting ready to do their last show of the day. So the main stage opens, or reopens I should say, at 7:30. The dance tent opens at 8 o'clock. And that will go on until 1 o'clock in the morning. Obviously the fairground is open pretty much all the time. Bugwham will be closing at 11 o'clock. The main stage finishes at 11 o'clock, but the dance tent and Fuelers Bar, they go on till 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, whatever you end up doing this evening, just end up having a fantastic time. Now, every year at Bug Jam, there's always a fancy dress theme. And this year is NHS Heroes. What a fantastic idea that is. And look forward to seeing everybody dressed up tonight. So everybody will be in PPE. There'll be nurses and doctors everywhere. Going to be a good one. Don't forget, tomorrow we've got our human-powered race, 3:15 on the start line. And everybody, like, we get a lot of people that dress up for that as well. Most imaginative entry. We've had things like dinosaurs, we've had the Flintstones, we've had all sorts of things. So dress to impress for the human-powered race tomorrow. We got 4 trophies up for grabs. The quickest bicycle, the quickest skater, the quickest runner, and the most imaginative entry. Now, that is obviously the fancy dress one. So let's see what you've all brought up to the party this weekend. We'll find out tomorrow afternoon at 3:15. Also, tomorrow, 4 p.m. on the main stage, it's Bug Jam's Got Talent. Really, really good, that one. And on Sunday, 12 p.m. on the main, you got the Little Buggers Got Talent. Show and shine tomorrow. Get your cars in front of the main stage from 9 in the morning. 9:30, I've just got to double check that. And on Sunday, it's Rust and Rat. Oh, and actually at 8 o'clock in the morning, you can get your vehicles over to the main stage. 8 o'clock in the morning. That's for show and shine. And then obviously the same on Sunday. 8 o'clock in the morning for Rust and Rat. So just a little bit of a clean up in the Kestrel beer lane. Quite a few vehicles in the pairing lanes. Best sight I can see at the moment though, Suzanne Callin, she's got a race suit on. That means her Top Fuel dragster is parked around the corner. and she'll be getting in to get her to do her run in the not too distant future. Obviously Ida Zetterstrom is down for another run as well, but she's done her burnout on launch. She's done a half pass. Now she has to do 2 full pulls, in other words 2 full 1,000-foot runs to show control, and obviously with the speed and ET as well. So yeah, just grooming up the Kestrel Beer lane at the moment. Now, if you're wondering what the tractor's actually doing, it's got a rotating brush on the front, just gets rid of any debris, and on the back of the tractor it's had what we call a sled, and basically that's got used drag racing slick tyres on the back, and basically what they do is they put the pressure onto the back end of that sled, and it pushes those slicks into the track, and it just basically gives a bit more rubber, any sort of bits of track that are missing the rubber. I think the Golf pickup misunderstood that. There we go. You just hear that plate go down now. It's just scraping those old slicks across the surface of the racetrack, and it basically fills in any sort of nooks or crannies that have appeared and just puts rubber into those gaps. The idea being it's a maximum contact patch for the vehicles as they go down the quarter mile. It's the most important part of any run is the first 300 foot, and that's where most of the sledding takes place. So Gary and Jack from the Slick Tricks team just having a look at the track. Gary measuring the temperature. This is all quite important stuff. They need to know what the track temperature is. Oh, actually measuring both lanes. So we're not far away from having the 2 Top Fuel cars come around and put their runs in. So back to Run What You Brung though. The Caddy and the Golf. Well, the Caddy gets there first with a 14.55 at 97 miles an hour. Golf follows on 2020 at 65. Well, the Slick Tricks team are hovering around. They're not too far away at all. Just looking around the corner to see who appears next. Got that very, very rapid Caddy pickup in the lanes. We've got the buggy round there as well. So we're actually spoilt for choice round there. But don't forget, we do have Top Fuel dragsters, a pair of them in the pairing lanes, and it does look like it is going to possibly be Top Fuel next, actually, as Ida Zetterstrom's car has just appeared ahead of the pairing lane. So if you missed either of the 2 Top Fuel runs from earlier on, then Ida Zetterstrom, I think, is coming around the corner next to do her full licensing run. In actual fact, I can just see her just putting her balaclava on. So she'll be climbing into the car. So it's going to take a few minutes for her to actually get into the car. And fair to say, so far, she's done an absolutely superb job out there. The burnout on launch run, as she went 0.86 to 60 foot. Remember me saying earlier on about the launch from where the Top Fuel dragster lines up to where that reflector is just past the VP Racing Fuels boarding in the middle of the track there. She's got there in 0.86 of a second. She's basically doing 100 miles an hour when she hits that point on the racetrack. And then she did a half pass and got to about 300 foot, and the back end of the dragster went out of shape because 100 foot earlier she went into massive tyre shake, and the car drifted, but she held on to it admirably so, and literally drove it like she stole it. A fantastic bit of driving. But now it gets to the point where she's got to put full passes in. Got to take it all the way through to the 1,000 foot. Obviously she has to wear all the safety equipment, even when you're just licensing. It doesn't matter. When you are on track in a top fuel car, the safety requirements are always the same. The highest grade fire suits that are available in motorsports apply in drag racing. It's multi-layer, and obviously race boots, race gloves. It's got arm restraints as well, because basically you cannot have your arms moving around. And when you climb inside the cockpit of one of these cars, you are literally cocooned. And then obviously the crew have to do all the belts for you. And they, if they could, they'd climb into the cockpit with her, put their knee on her chest and then pull the belts down. You want to be able to just about move your arms. You do not want your body to move whatsoever, because when these things launch, you are pushed back so hard in that seat that if your belts are only tight but not tight enough, then you will become loose inside the car. So you really do have to be pushed all the way back in the seat, and those belts done up as tight as possible. You do not want to be able to move to the point of being not difficult to breathe, but if you took a big intake of breath, you'd struggle to hold it in. Need to do that before they come around and do a run. So the belt's just being pulled down as tight as they possibly can. The team have done this many a time, but this is the first weekend. And the just not in top fuel. We'll go and see the Kestrel Beer Lane is getting a good coating of additional traction from the Glue Bird. Yeah, we basically glue the track. It's a sealed rubber surface out there. The whole quarter mile here is concrete base. It used to be tarmac until it was all dug up quite a few years ago now. It seems like it's been running on this for ages, but in reality, do you know, I can't remember when it was done now, about 5 years ago, maybe 4, but it's a concrete racetrack is basically better than an all asphalt track. It doesn't move around, it retains heat better, and it is basically the ultimate racing surface. Some tracks in America just have a concrete launch pad, some are only concrete to 330 feet, but Sanapod Raceway, concrete for the whole quarter mile. So it looks like they're not that far away. Everybody's sort of walking around getting ready to run. Right, well, if you're wondering what's going on up there, we obviously haven't had the glue bird out, but we now got the counter rotator. Now, again, this is all part of track preparation here at Sandford Raceway. To the 8th mile, both lanes, they've got the counter rotator. This has basically got drag racing slicks mounted on wheels on the back. It's just a counter rotator. The wheels are rotating backwards, and that horrible humming noise is resonating as the tyres are being tortured to give even more rubber to the racing surface. So hold on to your teeth once again. You can see those 4 big Goodyear slicks on the back of the tractor there being tortured into the track there. So this is the process. It's basically rubbering the track. It's just putting a fresh, even layer of rubber onto the racing surface. Basically slap bang in the middle of the lane is what we call the groove, and this really does help the cars get maximum traction. This is a lot more evident when it comes to FIA European Championship meetings, and fingers crossed we'll get him back into the full flow of that next year. But when you've got the top fuel cars, the Pro Mods, Nitro Funny cars, vehicles that rely on huge amounts of grip, this is the process that we follow for them. So it takes a bit of time, but it's absolutely worth it. So Ida is now in the car. She's all strapped in. She's pretty much ready to go, and the track, do you know what, that's pretty close as well. So if you're not in a viewing position, suggest you get into the grandstands or onto the banking now. As I say, 2 top fuel dragsters. I would imagine Martin Hill with Fire Force is round the corner as well. And we've still got some Run What You Brung cars to take us up to 7 o'clock this evening. So you can just see the slots being filled in now. Well, that's right. Looking at that work that tractor is doing, has basically got, I'm guessing, 3 more runs to do. So once more, 1 up, 1 down, and maybe 1 more up again, and that'll be it. And then they'll bring the top fuel dragster of Ida Zetterstrom round the corner. a full pull. Yep, she's going to go A to B and she's not going to lift off the gas. If you look towards the finish line just before it at the 1,000-foot mark, you'll see 2 orange markers. That is where she runs to. That's 1,000 foot. So if you missed it earlier on, where were you? But if this is your first time seeing a Top Fuel dragster this weekend, maybe you were elsewhere on the premises and didn't see it, but there's a good amount of people on the bank situation where you've got to be in the top 8. But before you even contemplate going into full-blown competition, you have to prove you can drive one of these things. Ida Zetterstrom has proved that she can drive it, but now she's got to license. The first thing that she had to do is get out of the car blindfolded, unaided, and be able to do that in 7 seconds, and she's done that. They do that in the pits. So that basically means she knows where everything is on the car, she knows how to get out of the car. And trust me, that is a tight, confined cockpit in there, and it's quite a small gap to get out of. But she's done that. Then comes down and does her first run, which is basically a burnout, back up from the burnout and launch the car. And she certainly did that perfectly earlier on. It went 0.86 to the 60 foot and she lifted off the gas and coasted up the track. The second run that she does, the third part of her licensing procedure, is to do a half pass, and that run she got to about 200 feet out. The tyre shake came in hard, and about 300 foot the back end of the dragster stepped out, but she controlled it absolutely superbly. Obviously had to come off the throttle by then. If she had any fillings, they would have disappeared by now. They would have been shaken loose and they would have gone. But now it's time for the full runs. So it's basically take it all the way through. Now, obviously, if she experienced any problems on the run whatsoever, she'll back out of it. But this car is the European record holding car. Maya Utian took this particular car to 3.80 seconds here at Santa Pod Raceway and is still the European record holder. Bearing in mind, we haven't had any FIA Top Fuel dragster competition this year at all, and neither last year. So 2019 was the last time we had a European Championship. And we should be back to European Championship status next season. Will this lady be part of it? That's the plan. So the starter is connected, just checking around the back of the engine. Also, don't forget, after this run, we do have another Top Fuel dragster lined up in the pairing lane. Suzanne Kalin in the Slick Tricks Draper Tools Santa Pod Raceway Top Fuel dragster. That car is lined up. She'll be coming round to do a run straight after Ida Zetterstrom has done her run. And of course, we've still got other vehicles in the pairing lanes to come round as well. So starter is connected. Ida is sat in the car patiently waiting for the team to give it the signal to go. But they're just working around the back of the engine at the moment. It's not quite sure what they're looking at, but crew chief just checking over something there. So Runefield Motorsports, responsible for obviously the European record, have got basically 3 Top Fuel dragsters in the stable up there. They could probably build a 4th one as well from all the parts that they've got. Taken a few championships and certainly a few event wins over the years, and certainly a force to be reckoned with in Top Fuel. So Rooney comes forward, flicks a few switches on the dashboard, and we're getting ready to start this car up. If it's the first time that you've seen or heard one of these things, it will get very, very loud indeed. The burnout will be loud, but when it goes for the run and everything is loaded up, it's going to be crazy loud. So the car starts up on methanol, then switches over to nitromethane. You heard the engine note change there. Raw fuel coming out of the header pipes. Runefield steps away. The team push the car forward. Do not want to put any excess heat into that clutch whatsoever. It's a clutch pack, these. Nice short burnout. Don't need to put a huge amount of tyre smoke, just enough to get a little bit of heat into those big Goodyear slicks. Oh, a whiff of nitro comes into the tower. Oh, the smell of racing. Nothing beats it. So those orange markers are 1,000 foot away from the start line. And if she can take it through on full power, this car is capable of going real quick. There's no half measures with the Top Fuel dragster. You either go for it or you back out of it. You very rarely hit the pedal twice in a Top Fuel car. It's a recipe for blowing things up. Don't want to do that. In America, yeah, if they're desperate to win, they'll try absolutely anything, but that's not what it's like here. Costs a lot of money to run these cars. Better save it for another day than try and being a hero. So the team just stood behind the car. They're going to push it forwards just towards the pre-stage. They'll then walk away and leave it all to the driver. There we go. Runa stands just by the side of the car. Well, that launched hard, 0.86 to the 60 foot. But gave a little bit of a stab of the throttle, got out of it quickly, which was basically the right thing to do. Tyre shake fairly quickly on that run, actually. The previous run, she went a lot further, but those tyres rattled straight away. So she's going to have to do it again, as that won't actually count towards a licensing pass, not anywhere near what was required. She can certainly drive, that's for sure, but needs to get some quick runs in. Now then, yes, this young lady certainly knows how to drive a Top Fuel car. She's on the verge of going into the 3-second zone. She's been 4 flat. She's been 299 miles an hour. The mission for Suzanne Kalin is a 3 with another 3. A 3-second run with 300 miles an hour is her ambition. She'd love to win a European Championship, and she's got the crew and the weaponry to do it. So Laurie Bamford, crew chief, on the Slick Tricks Draper Tools Sanopod Raceway Top Fueler. Runa Field just steps aside and lets that team get on with it. Just waiting for the top end to clear, obviously. We're not going to send another car down until the one that at the top end is cleared. But that is just about to disappear through the second exit on the racetrack. So we're going to be very close indeed to firing up Suzanne Kalin with the Slick Tricks Racing Draper Tools Top Fueler. Now, one thing that Top Fuel dragsters aren't very good at is turning corners. They are incredibly long, as you know. They don't have much of a turning circle either. But the car is actually disappearing through that gap now, so I'll imagine very shortly they'll give it the signal to fire. They do have to make sure that that car is totally clear and the gate is closed before they fire the car up, because basically the car could launch forward and go hurtling down the track. So they do have to make sure that the top end is totally clear before they start up. Right, the signal is given. So Laurie Bamford, crew chief, switches everything on and about to start up the Top Fueler for Suzanne Kalin as she puts in her first run of the weekend. This actual car, I believe, is one that Liam Jones ran previously in the CBD Asylum colours, but now in the Slick Tricks Racing colours. And the car starts up, first time of asking. Laurie constantly monitoring the race pack dashboard, just making sure that everything is reading what it should. And again, the shove to get it going. Slightly longer burnout for Susanna. What she's actually done is put 2 glorious black slick lines up to the start line there. And that is her launch pad for when she does the run. guide the car backwards now. Obviously, Suzanne is a fully licensed FIA Top Fuel dragster racer. And the idea being, if Ida Zetterstrom gets herself licensed this weekend, it would be great to see the two ladies go side by side with some Top Fuel match racing. We can also see in the pairing lanes, don't forget, don't go away, Perry is back with Oklahoma Willie, and Martin Hill is down there with Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster. And Martin Hill went 300 mile an hour last weekend. Put a block of wood underneath the wheelie bar, just make sure that is set to the right height. All right, that job is done. Okay, Gary Page at the front, just guiding Suzanne forward a few inches before the beams. He'll step away, visor down. It's all over to Suzanne now. The team have done all they can. It's Suzanne on the racetrack. The Kestrel Beer Lane awaits. What's she got for us here at Bug Jam 34? Oh, Craigus! Oh, she's got it. Oh, absolute delight. 3.95. Oh, yeah. KB, everybody is happy. Oh, the high-fiving. Only 267 miles an hour, but she's in the 3-second club. Absolutely fantastic. The car was moving out the groove a little bit there. Oh, boy. The short numbers, 0.85 to 60 foot. At the 8th mile, get this, 3.12 at 273 miles an hour. Yeah, that's right. 8th mile, 3.12, 273. The car started moving around a bit. She clicked it slightly early, but she did it. 3.95, 267 miles an hour. Outstanding performance. Wow. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, is she going to be a happy lady later on when we get her back to the pits. And that was outstanding. Folks, don't go anywhere. We've still got Oklahoma Willie. We've still got Martin Hill with Fire Force 5, the Jet Dragster. You will possibly see 300 miles an hour still this evening. But what a run. She's cleared the top end already. Oh, that was great. Oh, I'm so happy for her. Her best run ever in a Top Fuel dragster. 395, 267, but the 8th mile figures, absolutely outstanding. Oh, you get a breath back after that one. Right, Oklahoma Willie that's coming around once again. Perry, oh, he's been Mr. Entertainer this weekend. He really has. So, the VW pickup from the 1950s, found in a field in Oklahoma, owned by Willie. Perry got it off him and has built this incredible show machine. And it is just drop dead gorgeous. Entertaining is an understatement. I can't get over that run for Suzanne. I am so delighted for the Slick Tricks Racing Draper Tools Santa Pod team. She's in the 3s at last. Absolutely outstanding. Directly after Oklahoma Willie, Martin Hill with Fire Force 5. Europe's quickest jet dragster will be putting a run in. That runs in the mid to low 5s. And that's a full quarter mile, obviously. And as I say, last weekend went over 300 miles an hour. Well, this is a good one for the photographers, actually. Big old flame show. All the fumes coming out the back of this jet engine on the back of this 1950s VW pickup. Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet engine. You've heard me say it before, but there will be some people tuning in via the internet to see this for the first time. Came from a Strikemaster jet, and it produces just under 3,500 pounds of thrust. The car is totally street legal. Got a normal road engine underneath the jet. Obviously it covers up the jet when he's on the road, which is a real shame. Suddenly got very, very warm up here. So Perry winds the jet up to full. Cool, the heat haze coming from the back of that. That's running rich, if you like. 1298 at 95 miles an hour. But whoa, there's a lot of fumes coming out the back of that. Just get our breath back after that one. But a great show vehicle. As I say, you really do need to go and check that one out. It is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Okay, want some more entertainment? Fancy a jet car? Fancy 300 mile an hour jet car? Yes, indeed. Martin Hill with Fire Force 5. If you haven't seen this one before, oh boy, this is going to be quick. Now, I've got to say big thanks to Donna, actually. She was giving us she always sends us information on what the Fire Force team are up to, and Fire Force program has been running over 30 years now, but was it 38 years we worked it out that Martin has been doing jet cars in general, so it's staggering, absolutely staggering he's been doing it that long. So basically he was mucking around with jet cars for 8 years before we started the Fire Force program. Needless to say, he is the go-to guy for jet cars these days. Probably had more passes down this racetrack than pretty much most. In actual fact, the only thing I can think of that's had more runs down this track than Martin Hill is probably the tractor. But yeah, Martin is pretty much at every meeting with Fire Force 3, which is obviously the funny car, Fire Force 5, which is the car he's in now, but he's still got 2 other jets as well. And when he had his 30-year celebration, they had Fire Force 2 and 4 here as well, with other people driving them, so it's really good. Just have a look over on the VIB balcony. I hope you guys can hear me. They've got headphones on, but who hasn't been here before? Anybody not seen this jet car run before? No, I don't think they can hear me. Anybody not seen Martin Hill run before? There's a few of you. Ah, good. Right, those of you that are sat or stood next to those people, just watch their faces when this thing goes. You're going to enjoy this. Those of you tuning into the internet, I hope you're enjoying the coverage from Bug Jam. This is day 1 of 3. And the run with Brian and the track action today has been absolutely outstanding. Some great runs, great passes. Fortunately, no incidents either. That's been very, very good. Just to let you all know, actually, that all the races, the pairing lanes are now closed, so we can't get any more vehicles in there at all. Basically, we do have to try and clear the lanes that we've got. Okay, so Martin Hill now starts Fire Force 5. Now this is where we have to hold on to everything in the tower. Actually, there's only 2 of us up here. One commentator and one timing crew guy, and he's holding the computer to stop everything from disappearing south. The vibrations when Martin Hill starts doing the afterburner pops does get quite loud. Richie out front, he's going to conduct proceedings here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy this. Martin Hill with Fire Force 5, the Afterburner show. Here we go. That's the problem you get with a tailwind, you get loads of fumes. So here we go then, the Firefall. Sometimes Richie doesn't like it when Martin doesn't do as he's told. Also, Richie, very, very brave man indeed, starting in front of the jet car. Big flame show for Martin. So the jet turbine gets wound up even further. Martin Hill with approximately 10,000 horsepower to play with here. Powered by a Pratt & Whitney J60 helicopter jet turbine. So Martin just blipping the afterburner to bring the car into stage. Give Richie and Martin a big wave, because the more you wave, generally the faster Martin goes. Hold on tight, Fire Force 5, going to be blasted down the track in under 6 seconds. Builds it up completely. Here he goes. Oh, outstanding run. 5.24 seconds, 285 miles an hour. Wow, wasn't hanging about at all. Excellent, excellent run. 5:24, 285. At half track, get this, 3.57 at 227 miles an hour. Give him a big cheer. That's Richie and the gang going to collect Martin from the top end. Oh, what a great session that was. We've still got Run With Your Brung. We've got a match race coming up between Jason Hollenby and Keith Bartlett. That's going to be the Jumping Jalapeno having to go against Roaring Rat. And in fact, that is the next pair coming round, I think. It is indeed, yeah. Roaring Rat with Keith Bartlett behind the wheel. Really enjoying life with this car. And he's going alongside the Jumping Jalapeno, one of the best looking gases around. In actual fact, both of these cars so period correct. And Steve Matthews is down with Honky Tonkin as well. And no doubt Steve will get a go against Keith probably tomorrow. Carry lanes are now closed, so it's the Jumping Jalapeno against Roaring Rat. Well, one thing that has become evident is that the governor here at Santa Pod Raceway is a racer through and through. He's absolutely loving driving Roaring Rat. Got comfortable in the car and happy to take anybody on, really is. And I really take my hat off to him. Jason Hollenby, the Jumping Jalapeno. This car runs in the Gasser Circus. Very experienced competitor, great car, good driver. What a combination. So here we go then. Oh, and Keith Bartlett pulls a light. 0-4 off the line. Now then, can he stay out in front? 10.46 against the 10.85, but look at the reaction time of 0-4. Wow. Outstanding run for Keith. 104 mile an hour at the 8th, 6.67. Right, Steve Matthews then with Honky Tonkin. 57 Chevy. Oh, 0-1 reaction time there for Steve. This is off the trailer, don't forget. Now, is he going to go low 10s? Is he going to dip into the 9s? Oh, he's low 10s. 10.24, 136. Oh, well, 3 gassers and 3 outstanding runs, but well done, Keith. Right, into Runway Brung proper now. Oh, what a session that was. Oh, what a shame. Oh, there's a little bit of fluid coming out the bottom of the buggy there. I've been sat waiting patiently in the lanes there. You could just see a bit of fluid up towards the... Oh, in actual fact, both of them. Oh, I don't know what's happened for these poor guys. Mind you, they had a front row seat for all the entertainment. You know, not very often you can sit in the pairing lanes and have a look at a top fuel dragster come at you and then just sneak by you and go in front of you. But then they do run to a schedule. They have to warm up. They've got to run within a certain time frame. Well, time now, 7:15. Don't forget the pairing lanes are now closed. We'll basically get through what's in the lanes there. Yeah, it was a trail of fluid going quite a way back, actually. Don't know what's happened to buggy that. It's a bit of a shame that it's been waiting quite a while. But no idea what's happened there. But hopefully they can get that sorted and come back out and play again tomorrow. Well, good to see Debbie Taylor back into the pairing lanes. I was a little bit worried earlier on that I had a little niggle that's reappeared in the car, but hopefully they got that sorted out. Also had a message from the Twister team. They're back in the lanes as well for another run. They got there before the lanes closed. Basically, no major problem with the vehicle found. So Twister will be coming back out once again. So really, really good news. So just a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel lane, which I think is almost done. Just needs to evaporate. Just looking at that Caddy pickup, that is so cool. A lot of work's gone into that. So they're just going to clear that out of the way. So they'll get back into the pits and get that ready for tomorrow. So as we continue with our Run What You Brung, a lot of these cars you'll see in competition qualifying tomorrow afternoon from 4 o'clock. Some of them will be out Run What You Brung in the morning as well. I remember seeing this Golf a couple of years ago actually, and it's just grown angrier and angrier. There's more body kit on it, and that is to basically allow for more stuff to get under the bonnet. So the car is constantly evolving, constantly finding new ways to go quicker and faster down the Santa Pod quarter mile. So Adam Lowe with the Beetle, flat out, running an Outlaw flat 4. Best so far this weekend of 11:39 at 118. The Golf, best so far, well, according to the screen, 14:62. I think he had a run quicker than that, but maybe on a different race number. 11.71, the plays 11.71 a pair, so well done. Yeah, I thought that golf was capable of going quicker than 14s and just proved the point there. 11.71, both lanes. All right, Debbie Taylor. Going alongside a rather rapid Beetle. Looks like a sleeper, but trust me folks, this one doesn't hang about. Well, fingers crossed for Debbie, going to get a clean run in all the way through. Yeah, that's better. It's normally the first 60 foot of a run that determines if the rest of it's going to work out all right. Most of the stress takes place at the start line. 12.42, 104, best run of the weekend for the for the Beetle. Debbie goes through 13.87 at 97. Thunderbug, I'm loving this actually. You're just looking at the headlights on the Beetle that's below us in the Kestrel beer lane. One headlight is just plated over and the other one's got a massive air filter sticking out of it. That's the way to do it. That's Lawrence Clark from Thetford with the Beetle. Say he's coming into the Kestrel beer lane. Below us, Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. Perhaps the most consistent driver here with regards to reaction times. Every one of them today has had a 0 in front. This will be the one where he puts a 1 or does a red light, but nevertheless, a very, very good racer indeed. Hasn't been racing that long. Done about probably 3 seasons now. But what he's lacked in years, he's certainly picked up in experience. So, very, very good racer indeed. So, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug. Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. Firebird is just slightly quicker of the two vehicles. There's not a huge amount between them. Well, there we go. Reaction time advantage again to Gary. No surprise there. A 0.6 this time. Certainly got that part of his drag racing totally sorted out. .14.04 at 97 miles an hour. Dipped into the 13s already this weekend. And I'll just go through with the 15.19. Well, I've got to say thanks to Ethan Lyle for totally fooling me earlier on. I did fall for it. But when you got 2 green Lupos and you're not paying attention, one of them is 5 seconds quicker than the other. So what has the Roland P got for us this time? Is he going to run in the 14s? Oh, 15.26 at 88 miles an hour. And the Polo goes through with a 2015 of 57. All right, Gareth Bates with the Beetle. Going alongside Michael Mooney with Flat Larat. His Beetle in the Kestrel beer lane. Nice run, 12.28, 108. 15.95 at 88. Well, Zach in the Run What You Brung Golf has had quite a few runs in today, doing really well. Going alongside Bruce Harvey as he disappears in a black cloud of smoke. .15.44 plays a 15.18. All right, Georgina Smith with the Supra. And the Primer Grey Beetle. Just didn't run what you brung, actually, not one of our cars into competition this weekend, so unfortunately, don't know the driver's name. That's quite close to the stripe. 15.30 and a 15.81. Good run for Georgina there. Nice one. Well, this Porsche is just drop dead gorgeous. And it's so nice to see cars like that appear on the quarter mile. You don't see them very often. But really pleased to see that. Going alongside the Golf here. It says Mark II on the back window. That's the company name. Actually a Mark V Golf. $15.99 and a 16.11. Actually, the gap between them at the finish line, because of the reaction time advantage to the car in the Kestrel beer lane, it got there first by 0.04 of a second. So a 16.11 got there quicker than a 15.99, and that is all down to reaction times. So the highly medicated Beetle taking on the Golf. I'm not quite sure who's driving that one. I've got it down as Tom Herbert, but he was driving the Phantom earlier. But is he driving both of them? 1474 at 96 mile an hour. So Mark Taylor with the blue Leon, going alongside Carl Magera with the electric Tesla. Just had to close his sunroof. Trouble is, you don't know what Carl's dialed into the car. He's capable of going quick or not so quick. It's entirely up to him how he feels. Well, the blue Leon pulling away. Goes 11.14. Look at speed, 130 miles an hour, his quickest run of the day. Be happy with that one. Car goes through there with an 11.79 at 110. Obviously turned the wick up for that one. Caddy pickup. That's one of the quick vehicles of the day. $13.86, his best so far. 99.94, oh so close to 100 miles an hour. Oh, even closer, 99.87. Oh, really, really close. 1701 at 75 miles an hour in the Kestrel beer lane. Right, someone's stolen the keys to the Santa Pod car and bringing it round for a run. I've got no idea who's driving it. Going alongside the Black Wanger. Don't forget, if you want photographs of any of these cars, pop round to Blackett Photography. They're capturing everything that goes down the track today, tomorrow and Sunday. Oh, but the Black Wanger just been pushed back. That's a shame, actually, because Dave Crowhurst has got it down into the 9.5s today. But they'll get back to the pits and come back out again tomorrow. So, the Santa Pod Mustang. Going to be running in Sportsman ET. So, a bit of a sighting run for this one. That's a good thing about this. You can hire this car for passenger rides. You can hire it for racing as well, by the looks of it. 1472 at 108. Jack Gooding. Running in VW Sportsman with his Sirocco. Used to run in Junior Dragster. Got too old for that. So he's moved on up and doing very nicely indeed with the Sirocco. Don't underestimate the Polo in the other lane though. That doesn't hang about. Best so far of a 13.1 at 112 miles an hour. If you know anything about cars, 13 seconds is quick. All right, approaching 7 o'clock. We've just got a few more vehicles to get through. That's for sale, Simon, with £4.5 is still on the back window of this Audi. That's cheap as chip. It's £4.5. Go and see the team. Don't steal it off them. Morgan Wilson with the misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. If she gets the launch right and it doesn't wobble about, it'll be a mid-17. Just bogged a tiny bit there, so it'll be a higher 17, I think. The rest of the run goes as predicted. $17.68, yeah, a little bit higher than the 17.50, but good run indeed. 14.52 at 96 in the Auto Glim lane. Right. The Fadster is back. We saw him have that problem earlier on. Got it all fixed. It turned out to be a minor issue, thank goodness for that. Basically, the relay got dislodged with the tyre shake from that run. So, got it all plugged back in. And all good. Going alongside Dave McCallum. Dave, awesome 8.99 run off the trailer. So, these two both supercharged Outlaws. Twister went 7.68. It's gone a bit quiet though. So, going to be a solo for Dave McCallum. Not quite sure what's happened to the Fadster. Nice hard charging straight run for Dave McCallum. It's going to be another 8 or a low 9. It's an 8.96. He's gone a little bit quicker than he went earlier on. So that's 2 8-second passes. Oh, gutted for the Fadster. I thought they'd had it all sussed, but it's okay. Oh, right, he's found something. The thing is though, when you're tuning these cars to the absolute limit, you will just find that tiny weak link somewhere along the line. Sometimes it's an incredibly minor issue, and that's what they're suffering this weekend. It's all good. They'll be back out tomorrow. Best to find it now than when they're actually in supercharged Outlaws, good and proper. The pairing lanes have still got an immense amount of awesome machinery around there. We're going to run them through. We've got Luke Stevenson down there with his dragster. And it's good to see that Luke's getting this car going. It's working. We'll see his good buddy Jacob Bailey. One of those two are going to match race each other once again. Andy Dibley is down with the Camaro, but I reckon Tom will be behind him. He is indeed. It's like Noah's Ark. They come down 2 by 2. You can almost predict who's going to go against who now. Want to get their runs in because they all want to go and get ready for this evening's entertainment. Don't forget the main stage kicks off at 7:30. And with various forms of entertainment finishing at 11, including the main stage, but the dance tent doesn't close until 1 o'clock, as does Fuelers Bar. Right, Daniel with the Loco Polo. He is in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going alongside this rather rapid Beetle. Graham Freeman with Sick Bubblegum. It's his first run of the day. It's going to be his last run of the day as well. But it's not bad. 12.3 dead. And that's the quickest run of the weekend there. 13.93. Tom Atkinson has already been in the 11.0s. He's hunting for that 10. Andy Dibley, nice run from him earlier on as well. These two great buddies. Tom away very nicely indeed. 156 to 60 foot. Oh, this could be good. This could be good. All the way, Tom, all the way. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, 11.11, 120. Well, he's consistent, if anything. but it's just not quite there. It is getting close. 12.90 for Andy Dibley. Who is in the Mustang? That's what I want to know. Mark Huxley knows inside the Mustang because he stood right next to it. Is it Brian? Is it? Who's in it? I don't know. So first run of the weekend for the white Mustang. We've had the black one go through. Well, it's obviously somebody that knows the car quite well or knows how to drag races. 0-2 reaction time, first time in the car. That'll do. Not bad in the other lane either, 0-9. But the caddy is going to get there first with a 12.48 at 107. Best run of the day for that car. And a 13.69 at 102. Oh, I love these guys. Everybody putting on a heck of a show now. Luke Stevenson, my word, 10.22. Going alongside Jacob Bailey. He rolled the lights earlier on, and I think he hurt his ET a bit. He's had a best this weekend of 10.37. Bragging rights on the line here between the dragster and the Jetta. Who's going to cut a light? Well, neither of them really. But Luke is off and running. Luke is pulling away from Jacob. Oh, good looking run to Luke. Oh, he's in the night. 10.43, 144, but Luke Stevenson. Oh, boy, is he going to be happy tonight. 9.87, 136 miles an hour. Oh, congratulations, Lukey boy. I'm going to buy you a beer for that one. Well done, mate. Chuffed to bits for you. Excellent stuff. Ah, thanks, Ian. Thanks for telling me that. It was Ryan Huxley in the white Mustang. I thought it would have been with a reaction time like that. And with Mark Huxley stood out front. Okay, Team Militia with the green Golf. Goes 11.87. Oh, but the 10.98. Quickest run of the day for the other Golf. Oh, Dave Crowhurst been towed back to the pits. Oh, but it's been an awesome day, Dave. I mean, it really has. 9.58 so far. Happy days for that team. And I know they'll be back out again tomorrow. Yeah, happy days, guys. Paul Jordan with the Polo. Going alongside the Hulk MX-5. This sport really does create characters. Oh, Paul Jordan on a flyer. 161 to 60 foot at the 8th mile. What's he got? 679, 112. Oh, this is looking good. 10.22. Look at the speed again, though. 142 miles an hour. Goes straight into the top 10 of quick vehicles of the day. Well, so the entertainment's not stopping at all here today. Still got cars in the lanes coming round. Ed Keach with the Tangoed Golf. Let's see what he ran earlier. He's been 12.53. Oh, bit of a hop, skip and a jump from the van there. Oh, 12.14 from Ed. That is a good old improvement. Nicely done, sir. Still got a few vehicles left to run through, not a huge amount. The lanes are thinning out. As I say, it's been a long time since I've seen one of these body kits. I'm assuming it's VW Beach Buggy based, but As I say, it's been a long time since I've seen one. Going alongside the Golf. That hasn't been hanging about, to be fair. Best so far this weekend of a 1320. And finds improvement there, 1312 and a 1398 in the Auto Glim lane. Right, it looks like these could be the last two cars to run. Still got the Fadster over there, but he is out of the car. So, unless anything suddenly miraculously appears in the lanes, these two will be the last two to run today. The Junior Dragsters. And if I'm right, it's Caitlin Wilson and Morgan Wilson, I think. And because we know that Lara is actually not here this weekend, so I think it's Morgan driving the other Slick Tricks car. So I never thought I'd see the two sisters fight it out in Junior Dragster ever again, but they're doing it here. A match race. Tried to chop the tree down there. Oh, talk about judging that one. 790 on the button. Right, I'm just looking at our start line crew. Well, I think we're just going to see if the Fadster... I think whatever he's doing, he's just buttoning it up, actually. And I think he'll have the honour of being the last car down the track today. Gives us an opportunity to say what a fantastic day it's been. And I hope you have a fantastic evening out there as well, because the entertainment is going to be absolutely top class. Don't forget, you've got the main stage starting up at 7:30. Don't forget, you've got some phenomenal acts tonight as well. You've heard me say it all day long. The dance tent opens up at 8 o'clock. Bugwham will close at 11, as does the main stage. The dance tent closes at 1 o'clock. Fuelers Bar closes at 1 o'clock as well. The main stage will be kicking off, as I say, in about 15 minutes' time with Walkway. And then at 8:45, it's Sax Live. And then at 10 o'clock, it's Professor Green. Up in the dance tent, Random Concept. 8 until 1 o'clock. And quite a list of people involved up there as well. Ah. You'll be there then. Oh no, you're in the studio now. Well, that wasn't very good timing. Yeah, just put a soundtrack on and leave it on play. That's the way to do it. Right, the Fadster then. He's back in Twister. The thumbs up. Going to give it another go. Well, Andy really appreciative of the track crew here, allowing him just to get whatever that little niggle was fixed so he can get his last run in. So Andy Hadfield with Twister going to close the show today. Short burnout, doesn't need to re-rotate the earth on that one. Brings the car up to the line. So it's like a little checkout pass for him, just making sure everything's A-OK, and then they'll get that car back to the pits and get it all sorted out for tomorrow. Here he is then, Twister with Andy Hadfield. Good looking run. Cheeky little wheels up launch, 795, 167. A little bit on off the throttle, but that was a checkout pass. That's what we needed. Settle the car down. Hit it hard tomorrow. Okay, folks, that's a wrap for today. I hope you've had a great day. We certainly have some outstanding runs. Congratulations to Suzanne Calin hitting that 3-second club. Her membership has now been accepted. So well done to Suzanne. And to Ida Zetterstrom, 2 fantastic licensing passes. The full pull didn't go to plan, but do you know what? She's got the rest of the weekend to get that sorted out. Have a great evening. Enjoy yourselves. The on-track action will continue tomorrow morning at 9:30 with Run What You Brung. Have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow.